Okay, you are watching Call for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday, January 1st, 2023, the first live stream of the new year. Happy New Year to everyone. I can see in the chat we've got the gang here. Jonathan and Tina, Shay, Anna, Matt, Sue, a new visitor. Okay, so what are we doing today? We are continuing our playthrough of the Queen's Park Affair, an expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. This is the 1984 original version we're playing. Of course, there's a reprint in 2017 that many of you may have. This is session 6. We took off yesterday, but we've been doing a marathon of sessions all last week and continuing into this week. I thought we might be done in 3 days. I was wrong. We are now on session 6. We played a couple half streams. 3 hours, but well, we played one 3-hour stream. The rest of the streams have been 6 or 7 hours. The last stream on Saturday was a bit of a hybrid. We sort of played for real intensely for 3 hours or so, and then we spent like 3 hours looking at cab logs. And I've spent a little bit of time looking at cab logs yesterday in our break. We'll talk about that as well as some notes. Anna has been working on our notes. I thought we should try to identify some questions we have that we're going to answer. But we're on the last day of the case, the last investigatory day of the case day 4. The reprint only has 3 days. We're a little bit confused as to how they managed to do that. But I think we've got a full day 4. I went through and looked at some of the places that changed that we haven't been. There are a lot of places that we haven't been, even though I think we're probably taking about 3 times as many turns as legally we should be allowed to take. So if I had to guess, I'd guess we've got 2 more sessions to finish day 4. I think we'll probably finish half of day 4 today, even if we have a full session, and then take another full session tomorrow to finish day 4, if day 4 is anything like the previous days, and I think it will be. In fact, it may be worse because we'll be trying to go to all the places before the night is over. So I think we've got 2 full days of investigating left before we solve it. And then there's one little wild card there, one little asterisk there, which is that we've got this code that we found on one of the dead victims, and we don't know how to decipher it. And it's going to be interesting. If we don't get hints on how to decipher it today in game, we're going to have to decide whether we want to keep working on it before we try to solve the case. That's going to be an interesting question. We'll look at the official questions first, though, before we make that decision. All right, anything else we need to catch up on in the chat? I hope everyone had a great New Year. I spent my New Year mostly looking at cab logs overnight. I hope the rest of you got up to something more enjoyable. I gave everyone a movie assignment over the last couple days. You still have a couple days to finish that, and that was to watch The Big Short, To Live and Die in LA, and Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. We'll be discussing those when we finish the stream. All right, so 2 people in the chat had a question about the Murder by Mail stream, which we've been scheduling for Sundays at 3 p.m. but didn't have today. Well, why didn't we have it today? Because my reply for our last move, which is a week old, still hasn't arrived. And our backup system, which is to email the Murders by Mail people and have them send me a PDF, didn't get replied to. So I asked a couple days ago, could they send me the reply? It was right I guess, near the weekend, and I haven't heard back. I don't know how much trouble it is for them to send me the PDFs. They've been offering to do that, but I did not get that in time. I still haven't gotten a reply from them, so we couldn't play it because I don't have the reply. Maybe it was optimistic thinking we could get an email reply from them every week. So we'll play it again on this we'll have to wait till the next coming Sunday will be the next stream. Hopefully the reply will come in the mail by then. The Spamonite is the one who's been playing the other games, and we were talking about which one we prefer, but let's not get too off track. We'll play the Blinded Birder. I think it'll have to wait till next Sunday. All right, what else do we need to talk about in this stream? I don't know how long we'll go, but we'll do most of day 4. I think we start by looking a little bit at the cab records where we ended yesterday or Saturday, and some new notes I made. I made a couple of drawings, and we could talk about our strategy for attacking the cab notes. But we'll also, I think, before we start up day 4, talk about a couple of the interesting discoveries we made going through the cab logs, because we did make a couple of really interesting discoveries. We'll also have a new recipe and taste testing sometime during one of the breaks. I have a new recipe to share with you. And I guess that's it. Okay, anything else from the channel before we start looking at, before we recap what we discovered from the cab logs? Let me bring up here, if I can. Actually, I guess I'll have to turn this. Let's see if we can do this properly. Okay. So while I'm waiting for the channel, let me show you a couple things I did. So this is using Adobe's SketchUp. No, not SketchUp. That's the Google one. I can't remember. Sketchbook from Adobe. Okay. Let me just show you a couple things here. First, I tried to enter into... Here's the London map, the new map we're looking at. They're essentially the same. As Jonathan pointed out, here's a little tip for those of you who don't mind taking advantage of some digital stuff. In one of the PDFs that Space Cowboys uploaded for the map, it's not a pure graphic image. It's actually, they uploaded what I'm guessing is how they made the PDF that they actually labeled this in, and the actual numbers of locations and street names are actually available as text in the PDF, which means you can search for street names. So it's a little easier to find stuff. But I took the cab logs and I just took a look at one day. I think it might have been Wednesday. It was either Wednesday or Thursday. Just to remind you, the cab logs are detailed. Like here's Wednesday's, 2 full pages of it. Here's Thursday. I can't remember if I did Thursday or Wednesday. And you can see I've been annotating it with some notes about where these places are. And just again, to refresh your memory about one of the puzzles of this game and addresses, which is actually quite cool and unique, is that when you get an address like, well, let's just take 42 Baker Street as our example. We know what's there. Sherlock Holmes lives at 42 Baker Street. So if you look at the map, you can see 42 Baker Street. Okay, so you can see, I guess it's hard to see on this non-close-up camera. Okay, there's 42 Baker Street. However, you can see that other addresses could be destinations or sources of cabs. For example, if someone took a cab ride to 43 Gloucester, they could also be going to Sherlock Holmes's house. Or 50 Montague or 43 Montague would be reasonable destinations or sources for a cab going to Sherlock Holmes's house. So, and then similarly on the other end of the street map. So all of these different streets could also be going to the same place. So when you see on your cab log someone going to 13 George Street, that doesn't tell you, first of all, you'd have to find what neighborhood 13 George Street is, but if you were looking for a certain location, that might be an aliased address for that location. So it's tricky. You can't just say, oh, the bad guy's house is at 5 Rochester, and so let me just look for 5 Rochester. Okay, so there's that. So what I did was, I did a couple things. I made a list of some common places we're interested in and their aliases, and then tried to draw some of it. So for the first chart I tried to do is totally overwhelming. This is not even a full day, but here I am tracing every cab ride. All right, so you can see how overwhelming that is. Not very useful. And Jonathan had a better approach. He was sort of tracking one person, Belfort, as he traveled, and you can see some of that. So these are all the cab rides that the cabbies have for us on half of a day. It's too overwhelming. But you might look, okay, let me look at what places a couple people are going, but this doesn't show you time, so it's not that easy to use. However, so that was my first attempt, then I gave up. But then we identified a couple of interesting places, and let me just show you some of them. So here I am tracking the locations over all the 4 days that we have access to of people to Shanks Brewery and aliased addresses. That's a little more useful. And it turns up some interesting things. First of all, there's Shanks Brewery in the upper right here, which is aliased. So if we know on the cab log, some of them are going to Rivington Street, some of them are going to Batman Street, whatever. And I did different colors for the different days. So a bunch of them are going, let's see where they're going. So I believe 61 down there, that's Martin Shank's house. Okay, that makes sense. He's going to work. But then we've got a couple of more, or I don't remember 71 or 61 is for Martin Shank's house. But then we've got one that looks like he's gone to this area that Jonathan identified. He saw some people going to 32, some people going to 46, or somewhere around there. And we walked into 33 and we discovered the Gold Bar, a hangout of criminals. Now that's interesting because I'm going to show you a couple more markings there. But then we also see him going here to somewhere in 77. Now, why did I note that was interesting? I can't remember now. I can't remember what else is down there that's interesting. However, so Shanksbury is not as interesting, and it feels like I may be missing something, but let me show you the last and more interesting map, which is this one. Now, what is this showing? Look at this. Yesterday, our biggest discovery yesterday while analyzing the cab logs is some activity at this house 51. 51 EC. We discovered a bunch of activity, and tracing through the maps and looking at more aliases, I came up with a bunch more people traveling to and from 51 EC. Now, 51 Bear Street is a very suspicious house. We went to it after dark, and two men were there that looked like criminals in bowler hats, and we sort of got the vibe that it might have been Moriarty headquarters. Now, look at all the travels to and from. There's one from Shanks Brewery traveling there on the upper right. Where else are they traveling there? Well, a bunch of them are traveling there from the Gold Bar, That's the 32 and 33 location. They caught cabs or from Moriarty's house to the Gold Bar, where we know the criminals are meeting up. Then another one down here near the asylum. And then, let's see, and then some interesting ones down here. Where are they going down here? 2 people from Moriarty's house down to the Diogenes Club where Mycroft Holmes hangs out. And Pall Mall. We've got a bunch of activity near the Pall Mall area. Diogenes Club, Carlton Club, Baldwin Card Club. We're not sure exactly what's going down there. I'm a little worried that it's not Moriarty's house, but that it might be Mycroft Government House involved. But then there's something else we discovered. Let's see. Oh, and then I've got a bunch of trips to the Bedford Women's College for some reason. I forget if that's a location. The other thing we're using for some of this is to look at our maps and look for what are places that are in the entries that we don't know what they are. And there is one for 44 Northwest, which is this destination here. And there's a couple cab rides from interesting places to 44 Northwest. So that makes me think that's suspicious too. Now there are a couple that I didn't draw here though that are also very suspicious that maybe we'll try to find maps to. But one of the things we found when we looked at Jonathan's notes, Jonathan found a track of Balfour. Now, Balfour's a member of Parliament, and Jonathan tracked him from Cardigan Street. This was on Thursday. Cardigan Street to Old Bond to Parliament. They hung out in Parliament for a while. Then he goes to that 7 Pall Mall, that Carlton Club Diogenes area. We can track his whole day, essentially. And we think at some point he's meeting up with the robbers of Lambert's, or he's meeting up with Colin Kennedy, who's tracking down the robbers of Lambert's to get the jewels back. But there's something else that we discovered in looking at Balfour's travel. And in fact, we catch a couple of other people spending time there. And that is, they're spending time at Bon March. So they're spending time at Oxford Circus, which it took us a while to locate. Where is Oxford Circus now? Let me remember. It's on Oxford and Regency. There it is, right there in the center of your screen there. Whoops. Oxford Circus, right? Where's my pen? Okay, so Oxford Circus. Let's do it. Okay. There's Oxford. Oops. Oh, let's do it this way. Okay. Oxford Circus is right there. Balfour is traveling to Oxford. Bon March, you remember, is the sports department where Kearney had a business card. And I think we might want to reread that because it's very odd. He said he was there to pick up a fishing pole that he ordered. And he never showed up, and we sort of wrote it off. But now we see a bunch of people in our case heading to Oxford Circus. They're either explicitly going to Oxford Circus. So where is Bon March? Bon March is, let's see the exact address of Bon March. Bon March is 81 Northwest. Okay, so let's look at that. 81 Northwest is right here. That's Bon March. But then we've got lots of cabs to and from Oxford Circus. We've either got them explicitly going to Oxford Circus, or here, just by way of example, here's someone 31 New Bond who's going to 7 Sun Street, a place that I've seen a couple cabs go to where near Vincent lives. But 31 is a little bit out of, it's a little bit next door. But remember, 81 is the one we're going to. So let me just start to undo some of this. We don't really care about Oxford Circus per se. We care about 81. That's Bon March. So some people are taking cabs to 31. Some people are taking cabs to Oxford Circus. And we see Belfort doing that. And then we see a couple other people doing that. Where else have I noticed Bon March? Make sure I'm not making it all up. Here's another trip to Oxford Circus on Belfort's way home. He stops off at Oxford Circus, right near Bon March. But here's someone else. Here's someone going from Daniel Oliver's, oh, this might be Belfort again, going from Daniel Oliver's house to Oxford Circus at 17:15. So 2 hours spent near Oxford Circus before he moves along home. I think we probably got some more here. So we've got a couple of places of real interest and some tracking from the Shanks Brewery to our areas of interest. And the Women's College for some reason. So we're super suspicious of that Moriarty house, if that's what it is. Why is it going to the Diogenes Club? Why is it going to various places? The brewery. And then why are people going to Bon March? All right, so that's some time spent with the maps. Let me see what the channel is saying. And it says, by the way, you're also right about Bon March. There's a clothing store there. We had an ad in the first paper. I wonder if Bon March isn't up to something no good. Jonathan says, one thing I noticed looking back at the cab notes, on Tuesday, Alice goes to Queen's Park at 19:05. Maybe that's her going to the temperance meeting. Kearney gave her the impression it would be important. That's interesting. Where exactly does she go? Okay, on Tuesday, which is our first day of cab logs, 17:05, we've noticed that there's Alice. Where is she going? To 33 Bravington, which is on the Queen's Park map. Let's see where that is. Is that a place that we haven't gone, that we could go? 33 Bravington is right here. Is it a clue point for us? Well, 33 isn't, but 34 is. I may have just recently added this, that Clement Scott, I think I added this recently, that we didn't know what 34 was. 34, which would be a reasonable place you would take a cab to, is the location of one of our QP cricket players. So we may want, that's reason enough to see if she's visiting him. We are looking for where Kearney would be. And that brings us to our questions. But actually, before the questions, I did want to point out one more thing that I noticed. On Thursday, so Anna's timeline notes were actually very useful. Let me see if I can bring this back up. Okay, so Anna gave us a good timeline. Whenever I forget, when did something happen? I look back at here. All right, so Anna pointed out that on Wednesday, September 5th, the Royal Committee had their meeting at Ye Olde Cheshire Cheese. Cole never showed. We know he was decapitated. But Anna points out, reminds me, that no one saw Ormond leave. This is at his office, but Ormond was at the Cheshire Cheese meeting, and that may have been when he disappeared. So I went and looked. Do we have Cheshire Cheese people? We do see people coming and going to Cheshire Cheese in our cab logs, but I wondered if perhaps we might see Ormond leave and go into hiding. And I noticed one thing. At 1620, let's see. No, where was it? Yeah, here. At 1415, someone is leaving the Cheshire Cheese. 34 Fleet Street is right next to the Cheshire Cheese. And look where they're going. To Moriarty House. I wonder if this isn't Ormond going into hiding at Moriarty's house. Just an idea. We want to go to this house early because when we went there last night, it said, depending on what time of the day, you read something different. But look at these links. It's Moriarty's house to the Diogenes Club, then the Cheshire Cheese to Moriarty's house, then Moriarty's house to the Bar of Gold criminal bar, then the Bar of Gold to some place where one of our people lives, Brandon Mills, maybe that is. And then here's Bon Marché Club to where another one of our people lives. Lots of activity in a couple of places. And some places we care about, like the brewery, having trips to Moriarty's house. I'm saying Moriarty's house, but we don't know if it's Moriarty's house. We just know it's very suspicious and we want to go there early. Okay, last thing to catch up. John says, any luck finding the Great Western Road? No. We do see someone going from the Great Western Road somewhere that we care about, and it's not visible on the map. It's not on either map. So that could either be someplace outside of London. I did find one place where I guess it could be, according to the map. It's not labeled, but it's possible that, let's see, I was thinking it's possible that it's by Rose's, the daughter of house, like 60, it was 60 Great Western Road. And the only thing I was thinking is it possible that like this is the Great Western Road? I wonder if we could do a Google search and find out where Great Western Road is supposed to be. I did check on the original Sherlock Holmes map, and it's not there either that I could see. Shay Smith says, I Googled that one. It's between London and Queen's Park. Okay, so it's outside of London, but it's on the way between London and Queen's Park. That's interesting. And it says, then who killed Cole? I thought Ormond was for prohibition against Moriarty, who was in the brewery business. So could it be that Ormond was kidnapped? It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible that they're just killing two of them. It would make sense also that you could, on the same trip, you could go to Ormond's office, kill him and kidnap him while you leave the body. You sort of switch bodies and kill two with one stone. That would give you a reason why. Well, let's talk about that. That would be kind of clever, right? Let's say you want to kill Henry Cole and let's say you want to get rid of Ormond and Henry Cole from this picture. So you kill one, Henry Cole, you dump his body in Ormond's office, and you kidnap and kill and dump Ormond. Then you've basically gotten rid of the two people you want to get rid of, and you've blamed one for the other so that hopefully police won't suspect it's related to political reasons. That's not a bad plan. That's not a bad idea if you wanted to kill both people, if both people were on the wrong side of the issue for you. I'm not sure it is true that both people are on the wrong side. We do have information about their political leanings on the Beer Act. We might check with that again. Let us now segue, however, to our questions. I think that's a useful thing. Anna was asking some questions. Let's look at them for a second. I wrote up what I think some of our questions that we should be keeping in mind are. Frank Kearney, did he run away? Is he captured and writing under duress the way the wife thinks? We think he might have run away because we've seen someone rummaging in his house a couple days after he disappeared for toiletries. That's why we think he might be running away. And he also wrote a letter. He could be free, but he could be under duress. Roger Ormond, did he run away or is he dead? How and why were the following people killed and by whom? Sir Henry Cole, who was decapitated. Why was his body left in Ormond's office? We've got a little bit of a working theory now. Lord Goodwin, who was blown up, was nervous about the cricket bomb and was the owner of all this land originally. Vincent Derrick, the guy who seemed to have died by accident or suicide, whose daughter is very concerned about, doesn't believe he committed suicide or was accident. She blames the mother. He's the one who sent us this weird, mysterious letter. Peter Northrop, who's just recently turned up dead, who is the counterfeiter. And as a little side note, who is the person that Lestrade thinks garroted him? Johnny the Jackal. Anna had some very clever observation here about maybe he was the nasty little man who was with Northrop and his wife at Bridge House, and the guy who might have been spotted forcing the Shanks brewery wagon to dump the body, in which case we have a description of his clothing. So that was a great observation by Anna. And then we had some theories about the counterfeit plates could have been hidden in Peter Northrop's, in the London Tower where Peter Northrop works. Anna reminds us to find Toby the dog. And then we've got Lloyd Perkins, who I'm quite curious about. He's found dead with the coded message. He was going to try to give us evidence of fraud. We've got a schedule for him. We've got a coded message, and we've got a picture on his mantle saying Love Luella. And then we've got probably we want to explain the bomb at the cricket match, but I think we understand the basics of that. We don't know, we're not sure who planned it though, but probably Moriarty. Then we've got some more general questions like explain the circumstances around, explain the nature of Balfour's fraud. These aren't the official questions, these are my questions to us. So we think we have some idea. Well, we're refining it a little bit. We know there's some fraud going on with real estate, but we're sort of coming to rest on this idea. Anna was good to point out about the part where Balfour's paying 8% interest. So once you're paying 8% interest, then it does start to sound more like a little pyramid scheme. Some very famous pyramid schemes throughout history, and London was full of them, where you're taking in money from new investors, you're paying the old investors, and because you're paying out so well, new people want to get in on it. Bernie Madoff, the famous recent guy who defrauded so many people. Pyramid scheme is attractive because the first people coming in are making great money. And so more people want to pour in. And as more people are pouring in, investing their money, you can pay off old people and keep the scam going. That's the nature of pyramid. New people come in, pay out there, until at the end it all collapses because there's no actual money being made to pay off everyone. And so if that's true, it makes sense that Balfour may be sort of needing to raise money, leasing new places, maybe leasing places to each other to make it look like there's a lot of activity. It's not 100% clear. We thought originally he might be trying to depress the value of the breweries to buy them up. I'm not sure. But this idea that he might be desperate to raise money to pay off the investors so that the business still looks good is intriguing. Anna points out that Daniel Oliver said it was a safe investment. He never missed an interest payment. That he's making some good money on these. Anna has a little note here about the bank call. And I did note early on, it was very weird how he said something like, where was it? Somewhere here he has, oh yeah, right here, where it says we overheard Balfour. Here it says close the deal. I know what I said yesterday. That was yesterday. Today, close the deal. So we were wondering what exactly that meant. I thought originally it might be a news story that made him want to buy it, but maybe he needs the money. Or Anna was hypothesizing maybe he's got the fake burglary jewels, so he's going to use that money. We don't exactly know. And then a couple more questions to explain the conflicts, the roles of Moriarty and Balfour's group, and the breweries. Those are our three main players: Moriarty, Balfour, and the breweries, though we think the breweries and Moriarty may be working together, I think. And then a lot of people in the channel think that there's another explosion that's been hinted at because we're told so much explosive was taken out of the French government. And then I've added here these two hubs of activity, the Moriarty Fortress House and Bon Marche. We could add a couple more places to that, the Women's Club, whatever. Okay, let me look in the chat again. Did we ever find a strong candidate for Ormond on Bow Street? No. The police at Bow Street said they spotted him. They didn't say us exactly where, but we did not find a good candidate for that. And we don't even know what day they're talking about. 70 Bow Street, to just refresh your memory, is down here. There are a couple places nearby that we know about. Let's see, WC areas that are nearby. 73 is Punch and Judy, where one of our criminals hung out. 68 is Continental Bank. 29 is not on our map. I don't know why I've got it marked. There's a 27. 27 that we haven't been to. Well, we've got a couple of places. Gotta be careful about taking these off without a razor blade. The paper tears. 29. I don't know why I had 29 marked. I wonder if that was a different 29. Anyway, okay, so 68 is near Bow Street Station, but that's just the Continental Bank. He might have been seen gone down there, but we don't know. We don't really have much other places here. At least that we've been to. I did note, so let me just show you one more thing. Cole wanted, Cole wanted, AJ Hunter reminds me that that's a Ponzi scheme. Okay, good. And Anna says, Cole wanted higher taxes, tighter control on breweries. Ormond wanted full prohibition. Interesting. Well, maybe both of those you'd want to get rid of if your money was in breweries, right? Both of those people would be candidates to get rid of if you were brewery aligned. All right, let me just show you one other thing I did. We've been working with these notes I've been keeping about what's where. I reprinted them with our day 4 locations, so we can just focus on using this set of clue points, which has the day 4 location to travel. I've marked with an asterisk where we know the thing changes a bit. And I've gone ahead and crossed off entries that have the same clue points as places we've already been. But you can see a lot of these places have either entries we've never been to or new for today. So we've got a lot of places to go on day 4. And I filled in a couple of places that we didn't know. Like, I added the places we recently discovered from our biographs. That's the Gas and Company, which Pickering was related to. But I found a couple others when I was just looking. There's another Pickering place. For example, Edgar Jocelyn, the owner of Lambert's jewelry store that we know is involved in criminal stuff, he turns out to be where this is. And then I noticed that one of our criminals, we got a list of criminal robbers, 61 Southeast. I saw a cab ride from one of those locations to the brewery. That might be reason enough to knock on his door and see if he is involved with the brewery. And I've added Bar of Gold. 44 Northwest. I've added, this is one of the locations that we've seen a bunch of cab rides to. And then where's our Moriarty house? Here, I've added this place. So I've labeled a couple more places. We still have a bunch that we don't know what they are. And therefore, we can't just knock on those doors. But we now can use this document as our navigation sheet. And it says, John says, how close to when the report was to be given are we? Shouldn't there be proposals for the report? It's true that they're not voting yet. These two are MPs, they can vote also, yeah. Also, we've got 2 more MPs at Parliament that we never visited because we didn't know why we should. So that's a long recap. We've got a lot of places to go, and we've got a bunch of people that we really should have visited a long time ago. And before we end, we're probably going to reread some stuff. So I think we've got at least 2 full sessions ahead of us to play. And also, let me remind you, and we may want to get this earlier rather than later, we can still get cabs for yesterday. So we've got a whole new set of carriage logs that we may want to look for, although I'm not sure we know much activity on Friday that we care about, but we might want to look for our Moriarty house, etc. So this is a lot to chew on and a lot that we have to do. Any other comments from the channel, stuff you want to look at? I mean, we've got this huge big document with other stuff. Where are people most interested in checking out? For me, it's that Moriarty's house. It's Bon March, although we've been to Bon March, so I don't think it's changed since then. It doesn't change, but I'm very confused about what's going on and hope that we can figure something out. Maybe if we go back to Bon March and reread it, we'll discover something that jumps out at us more. I'm very interested in the ring. Looks like the bar of gold changes what it shows, so I'm interested in that. There are a couple people that we should have talked to a while ago, like Sadler that we can go to. And then there are a couple places around Queen's Park that we think we might be able to find Toby the dog, etc. Jonathan says, are we counting these as day 3 or onto day 4? No, day 3 is over. We're now on day 4. We will read the intro before we start. Anna says, can we take a break before we start the new day? I haven't made my tea yet. Yes, I was going to say we should take a break because we've spent so much time recapping that we should take a break before we start. Any last, I'd like to hear what people are most interested in or have the biggest questions about. It's bizarre to me that our key mysteries we don't have a good handle on. Like, we don't know where Kearney is. We haven't been able to find a track of him leaving his house, coming or going. That's what we were charged with originally. And then Vincent Derrick, who's one of our most compelling characters here, the guy who we think is involved in all this, but met an accidental death and then sent us a letter. We really don't know how to track him down. And then Pickford, I keep forgetting his official name, the guy who was murdered trying to help us, we don't know what happened to him either. So I feel like we understand a little bit more about Belfour and his fraud, but we don't really understand where our most interesting people have gone to. All right, let's take a little early break here for 8 minutes. Everyone get your tea and coffee. When we come back, we'll jump right into the start and introduction of day 4. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're about ready to start day 4, and Antina in the chat just dropped a bombshell on us saying, I think I have solved Perkins' cipher. Now that is pretty incredible, if true. I mean, I stared at this, I sorted it, I printed out versions sorted, and it's got me stumped. It's got me stumped just thinking about what could it be. And this is the sorted version of it with these repeated patterns and prefixes and starting out with 1s and 2s. So we don't know yet whether the game is going to give us a little bit more help with that or not. But it is very exciting to hear that Antina thinks they figured out the cipher. We're not going to do that yet. We may not even get to it till tomorrow, but it does sound like maybe we won't have to spend an extra 6 hours just staring at it if Antina has some ideas. I'm very curious to hear them, but that'll have to wait. Let's start our day 4. Megan says that's exciting. Megan has theories too. All right, so we'll have to set aside some time to work on that cipher. Maybe at the end of today's session, but it sounds like I'm impressed. I'm very curious to hear what it is. All right, let's get to it and let's read day 4 intro. Here we go. Saturday, 8th of September, day 4, the Queen's Park Affair. Here we are back at 221B Baker Street to talk to Holmes. Ah, Wiggins, friends, come in. Holmes said, oh, this isn't Holmes, this is Watson. Holmes said that I should expect you early, and I'm glad to see you're taking this investigation seriously. We sure are. Mr. Holmes is not here. No, you have to get up uncommonly early to beat Holmes. He woke me before he left to tell me that he would not be back until late this evening. He was dressed as a common laborer, even smelled a bit of horses, I dare say, and he was in a rather jaunty mood as he said he was off for a day of toil. I say, Wiggins, I believe Holmes enjoys those disguises of his as much as he does solving cases. And that's it, and we've got no more evidence here. Of course, we have a paper. Now, actually, this this reminds me of something. He's dressed as a common laborer. Watson thinks he's in disguise somewhere. I smelled a bit of horses. Now, I do want to point out, like, okay, so this is Saturday. Holmes is going somewhere. Remember, we have Friday logs. One thing I neglected to mention is that in going through the labs, the cabs, I noticed some travel to and from Baker Street. So, where is it? An odd destination. Let's see. Here, Wednesday at 8 a.m., we're told you have to wake up early to keep up with Sherlock. At 8 a.m., someone is going from Baker Street to 36 Old Bailey. This is the court, I believe. Let's see, what did I write down? 36 Old Bailey. Let's just see where Holmes might be traveling to. I'm not sure why I wrote down... oh yeah, 36 is the criminal courts. 36 Old Bailey. Now, that's 36 EC. Now, 36 EC is Edward Hall legal cases. So I think we should go talk to him and see if we can follow in Holmes's footsteps. I think there was another trip of Holmes, though. Where did I see it? I thought there was one more. Here. On Thursday, yesterday, or not yesterday in the game time, 2 days before in game time, Thursday, someone is going from 28 St. George Road to Baker Street. 28 St. George Road is the Bethlehem Lunatic Asylum. This is southeast. Thursday in the evening, 5 p.m., someone is showing up at Baker Street from the lunatic asylum. Kind of strange, huh? I just want to remind, here's what we got at the beginning of day 2. Lloyd Perkins. So Holmes already dressed on the floor in the center of a little pile of newspapers. He's studying newspapers when we see him. Scissors, newspapers. Grabs his cat. I'm sorry to rush off like this. I really must. I'm sure Watson will welcome your company on Thursday. So you would think we would be able to catch him early in the day leaving by cab if he went somewhere. Montague, York Place, Blandford, Grosvenor. $29 Grosvenor, that isn't near his place. 42, 43, 50. It's a shame we can't catch him where he's going and traveling. All right, but let's not get too distracted. We can follow up more cab rides when that time comes. All right, so we've read the introduction. Holmes looks like he might be going to where horses are and acting as a laborer. So maybe we'll just write down in our notes a reminder like from the intro. Where did Holmes go as horse laborer? So maybe some stables somewhere. We don't know. All right, now we've got the newspaper to look at. Day 4 newspaper. So here was yesterday, the Police Gazette. And here we're back to the Pall Mall Gazette, which is the paper that started us off on Wednesday, the 5th of September. We're back reading Saturday, and I see another ad for carriages. We noted the interesting ad for carriages here. Henry Whitlock, 76 Grosvenor Square. I don't know if this is the same one or a different one. No, it's a different company, but it is interesting that we've got more carriage ads. All right, let's take a look and read this paper. Whoa, here's an article about Lloyd Perkins. Lloyd Perkins, a vice president of Worthington Bank and a respected member of the financial community, was found dead at his home Thursday afternoon. Police suspect that Mr. Perkins was killed by his own hand, but they're investigating the possibility of foul play. The 32-year-old Mr. Perkins had only been at Worthington since March of this year. Prior to that, he was head accountant at Shanks Brewery. Funeral arrangements will be announced at a later date. Well, no new information there, except he's been only recently working with Belfour, and he said when he got involved he didn't know he was a crook and he was going to find us fraud. It is interesting that he worked at the brewery. No mention of Luella, though. Hey, look who we've got here. Arrest made in Queen's Park. We were looking for Josh O'Rourke. We couldn't find him. He was the guy identified by the witness to the dumping of Peter Northrup's body. Josh O'Rourke, a teamster in the employ of Shanks Brewery, has been taken into custody in connection with the death of Peter Northrup, the convicted felon who escaped from Wormwood Prison on Sunday last. Northrup's body was discovered early yesterday in the Grand Junction Canal near the Queen's Park Gasworks. According to information released by the coroner's office, Northrop was dead before being dumped into the canal. O'Rourke has thus far refused to say anything about the charges, neither denying them nor confessing to them. Okay. So we want to visit him. He's either being held in prison or in the courts. We're going to go to the courts anyway. Let's try to find Josh O'Rourke. Anna was saying, was Moriarty's spy in the Belfour group Lloyd Perkins? Well, we were considering whether he had a spy. We know that Lloyd Perkins contacted us and wanted to give us information about it. But you could ask, was he giving us information for the reasons he said, or was he giving us information because Perkins is part of the Moriarty group? Okay, what have we got here? The Board of Works and Public Houses, to the editor of the Gazette. Sir, this morning the Works Committee of the Board of Works decided by a majority of 3-1 to re-erect as a public house the King's Arms, Fulham High Street, recently pulled down on account of the new bridge works. The inhabitants of Fulham only learnt on Tuesday last that the matter was to be decided soon. There were only 2 days to work. In spite of this, a petition was got up and signed by almost every resident within a mile of the spot. In the High Street itself, there being only 2 refusals to sign. The King's Arm has long been a source of annoyance to the people of Fulham, who have more than their fare of public houses, and this action by the Committee of the Board of Works will cause keen regret and disappointment to them. I write to you, sir, in the hope that a public remonstrance may induce the board to consider the determination of their committee. So you remonstrate, a remonstrance is to what? It's some sort of expression of displeasure. Can someone look up remonstrate to make sure it's not relevant for our case, but it's another word that's of interest to learn. Faithfully yours, John Sinclair, Vicar of St. Dionysus, Lonsdale House, Fulham. So people upset about this new pub going up, and we're told the organization is the Board of Works. We might be able to talk to them. They might be involved in this whole brewery pub stuff. Okay, I'm continuing to read while someone looks up remonstrate. Canadian apples, hand-picked, winter-keeping, dessert and cooking qualities. Single barrel, contains an average of 170 pounds. Delivered free any railway station in England. 15 shilling, 17 shilling, and 20 shilling per barrel, depending on what quality apple you want. 14 days after receipt of order, payable to Canadian Direct Supply Fruit Company, Montreal, Canada. Throat irritation and cough, soreness and dryness, tickling and irritation. A.J. Hunter says it means to come clean, a remonstration to come clean. Okay, throat irritation and cough, soreness and dryness, tickling and irritation, inducing cough and affecting the voice. For these symptoms, use Epps glycerin jujubes. In contact with the glands, the moment they are excited by the act of sucking, the glycerin in these agreeable confections becomes actively healing. Sold only in boxes, 7.5 dimes, 1 shilling, 1.5 dimes. Labeled James Epps and Company, homeopathic chemist. It's quite frequent to find that candies and sodas that we now drink, like this is like jujubes, that the predecessors of some soda like ginger ale or Coca-Cola was originally marketed in England as a health cure. And then they just, over time, they just became candies and sweets and sodas. Okay, so we read that. So now here we have our ad for the carriages, which is kind of interesting. Jay offered coach builder, 79 Oxford Street. So another cab builder. I suppose if we're interested in how Sipton was blown up, we might talk to cab people. They might tell us like, yeah, you couldn't plant it there. You'd have to put it there right before the explosion. I don't know. We can't really read these. I can't really read these. It doesn't matter, but we might go visit this place. Oxford Street. It could be near our Oxford Circle. No, not really. Okay, some international articles. Latest intelligence. The Emperor of Brazil in Rome, September 7th. The Tribune learns that the Emperor of Brazil is lying seriously ill in that place. King and Queen of Serbia, Vienna. King Milan persists in opposing Queen Natalie's intention to return to Belgrade, and efforts are being made in high quarters here to induce Her Majesty to respect the King's wish. The Transvaal. In Pretoria, Mr. Kruger has been re-elected president of the Transvaal by an overwhelming majority. Okay, I don't know where the Transvaal is. Here's an article from France which could be related to us. One Baffier, a sculptor who gained a second-class medal in 1884 for his bust of Marat, went to the chamber today and asked to see Mr. Germain Cassé and M. Clovis Hughes, radical deputies. On M. Cassé appearing, Baffier struck him with a sword cane and seized him by the throat. This moment, M. Clovis Hughes came up and helped to disarm Baffier. Baffier, who at the last election declared M. Germain Cassé a traitor to socialism, is supposed to be insane. Madame de Fauviel has written, under the title Mort de Faim, Library Illustrée, a very timely volume designed to throw discredit on the alleged feats of fasting men. He shows, by authentic narratives of shipwreck and death from a refusal of food by prisoners, what the real limits of abstinence are. He exposes the untrustworthiness of reported marvels in the way of fasting in our own and past times, and points out the suspicious character of the conditions laid down by modern performers. With his keen scent for imposture and quackery, M. de Fanvier strikes unerringly at the weak point in all these exhibitions and holds them up to merited ridicule. So people talking about how fasting is not a good idea. Okay, what have we got here? Abatement of rent. Duke of Manchester has authorized his agent to make a permanent reduction of 25% in the rents of his English estates instead of the temporary deductions hitherto made. Okay. Now we've got a coroner's inquest that seems unrelated to us. At a late hour on Thursday evening, Mr. W. Baker held an inquest at the Jolly Anglers, Lea Bridge, on the body of Anne Sayer, aged 20, niece of Mrs. Bull of the Cat and Mutton Tavern, Hackney. Thomas Taylor of the Jolly Anglers, waterman, deposed that on Thursday evening last, about 5 o'clock, a gentleman named Edwin Newman, accompanied by the deceased lady, hired a boat at the Jolly Anglers. The gentleman rowed the boat himself and proceeded up the river towards Tottenham Mills. The gentleman appeared to understand the management of the boat and to row well. At about 7 o'clock the same evening, witness heard a cry of distress. "Boat ahoy!" as if from some person in the water, proceeding from a point about 200 yards from the Jolly Anglers. Witnesses immediately jumped into a boat and rowed to the spot where he discovered the gentleman, Edwin Newman, in the water, holding on to the bottom of the boat he had hired, which was floating bottom upwards. Witness got Newman into the boat. He appeared rather intoxicated, but he knew what he was about. Witness then asked him where the lady was. He replied, "I have left her behind, all right." He repeated this twice and then said, "Where are my clothes?" Witness afterwards saw a coat and waistcoat floating near in the water, which witness directly picked up. He then said, "Where is my hat?" Witness replied, "Mr. Green will bring you your hat," he replied. "Go and fetch my hat. I am not going to pay half a dozen people to pick up my clothes." And witness had a great difficulty in getting him to sit down in the boat, because he would not get in for it. On reaching, this is a bizarre story. On reaching the Jolly Anglers, where he, Newman, was landed, another gentleman in a boat said to the witness, "For God's sakes, young man, go back and look for the lady. She was in the boat when I passed them." And he asked Newman where she was. He replied he had left her in the water. Witness then procured the drags and went to the spot and dragged for half an hour, but could not find the body. He returned to Newman and asked him where the boat had been upset. He said, "Near the point," and that 3 gentlemen in a boat had run over and swamped them. On examination, there was no evidence of the boat having been run over and swamped. Witness again dragged the river, and in a few minutes found the deceased's body off the point near where the boat had been upset. Newman appeared to witness, able to have gone back with witness to render assistance, but he did not. Deceased was quite dead. The night was foggy and dark. Mr. Green of Lea Bridge, boat builder, deposed to seeing Newman rescued by the last witness. He then asked Newman if there had been anyone else in the boat. He replied, "It's all right, there was no one but myself." Afterwards assisted Taylor in dragging for deceased's body. Not finding it, they returned to ask Newman where the boat was upset. He replied she was in the water. He did not appear to witness to be in liquor, did not observe in his manner that anything unusual had taken place. He did not appear to be at all exhausted when taken out of the water. Miss Anne Lewis, Brunswick Street, Hackney Road, said that the deceased was her daughter. She was a barmaid at the Cat and Mutton in Hackney. This feels like a little mini case that you could wrap up maybe just by reading this, or maybe we'll have to investigate. She was a barmaid at the Cat and Mutton, Hackney, which is the occupation of Mr. Bull. Mrs. Bull is the witness's sister. Witness saw the deceased last alive on the previous Thursday. in the afternoon when she called upon her and stated she was going to the commercial road. She had stated that she was under engagement to be married, and before parting she observed, "I think, Mother, that all will be settled by Christmas next." She also expressed a wish to see her father's portrait, which was in a drawer, stating that she wanted to take it with her to show Mr. Newman. Deceased was of the most steady habits. Sounds like she's showing this guy some portrait, and that was where everything went wrong. She wanted to take it with her to show. Feels like this woman showed Mr. Newman this picture and then he killed her off. Deceased was of the most steady habits. The coroner, at the conclusion of the evidence, on proposing to adjourn the inquiry, said that it would be necessary, if possible, to obtain the evidence of the 3 gentlemen who had hired a boat from the Jolly Anglers, and also of the gentleman who stated that he had passed Mr. Newman at the time the deceased was in the boat. He accordingly directed Running, the summoning officer, to use every exertion to find out those persons, and observed that he was not aware of the nature of the investigation, or he would not have appointed the inquiry at so late a period of the day. All of the information sent to him was that it was a boat accident with no particular circumstances attending it. The inquiry was then adjourned to Tuesday forenoon. So we've got a new case, it seems. It seems like the authors were like, let's throw them a whole entire new case on day 4. A little bonus case? I don't know. Okay, police at Marylebone Street yesterday. George Whiteman of Great Titchfield Street was fined £4 in costs for offering for sale as food a large number of rabbits, geese, and fowls which were unwholesome. Mr. Greenwell prosecuted. Okay, so someone's being arrested for selling rotten meat. Here's an article about Goodwin getting blown up. Explosion kills young Goodwin. 26-year-old Lord Goodwin was killed yesterday when a bomb apparently secreted in his growler exploded outside of Victoria Station. Growler must be the model of his carriage, or a kind of way of referring to a carriage. Maybe someone could look that up. The young Lord Goodwin, a graduate of Oxford University, had assumed the peerage only last year. So he assumed the peerage, I'm just gathering from context, means he's taking over the family business because his father died. The Goodwin family has large land holdings in London, Dartmoor, and Ireland. Police have no suspects at this time, but there is some suspicion that the bombing may be put at the door of Irish radicals. Don't believe it for a minute. Foreign and colonial news from Reuters agency throughout the world. We received the following reports. Russo-Austrian frontier, Berlin, September 6. Communication from St. Petersburg describes as completely incorrect the statement made by Vienna Fremdenblatt concerning the alleged movement of the Caucasus division in the direction of the western frontier of Russia. It is added that no such orders have been received by the division referred to, and that the movement of troops which are taking place are merely connected with the concentration which was carried out in camps of exercise lately held, and which is now discontinued, the maneuvers having terminated. Emperor William is in Munich. Munich, September 7th. The Emperor William arrived here at 9 o'clock this evening amid the firing of a royal salute, and was received at the railway station by the Prince Regent and the members of the Bavarian royal house, the ministers, the principal officers of the army, and other notabilities. The Emperor and the Prince Regent embraced and kissed each other repeatedly, after which His Majesty greeted the other royal and distinguished personages. The chief Burgomaster then read an address welcoming the Emperor to the town. His Majesty, in reply, expressed pleasure which it afforded him to have the opportunity to visit the Bavarian capital, the capital of a country which had played so important a part in the history of the German Empire, and whose royal house was one of the most important in the empire. The emperor then expressed the hope that he might be granted power to devote himself to the good of the empire in the same spirit as did his grandfather. Rebellion in Afghanistan. Allahabad. The Pioneer publishes intelligence from the Kabul, dated the 28th of August, stating that Ghulam Haider Orakzai, the Amir's commander-in-chief with the Bamiyan column, was still at Haibak, where Abdullah Khan's force joined them on the 23rd. Khanabad was reported to be in the hands of Abdullah Khan's men. The yellow fever pandemic in Jacksonville. 99 fresh cases of yellow fever and 10 deaths have been reported here during the last 24 hours. And that's it. So most of those not relevant for us. One very interesting case that seems like maybe a maybe a case that we should investigate and solve. Article about Goodwin getting blown up that was not very helpful to us. Board of Works, Josh O'Rourke might be arrested. So we might be able to, this is our most promising one, that we might be able to talk to Josh O'Rourke, though it doesn't sound like he's talking much. And then maybe 79 Oxford Street might be a place to visit. Let's just see where 79 Oxford Street is. 79 Oxford Street is right and slightly off the map here. It's near Oxford Circus. Let's see if it's a location that we can visit. 79 Northwest was a location that we saw some cabs going to of interest here. So this gives us even more reason to visit here. We might see who is going here. Who do we have in our cab logs that I noted as traveling there? So 79 Oxford Street is also near Clive Dornan's house. If I noted it on the thing, I must have noted it in here somewhere. Here's 71 Oxford Street. That's different though. Well, that's a shame that I don't notice it in my cab notes, because I've definitely noted in these notes that I spotted cabs going there. Oh, near Oxford Circus cab destination. So 79 is right near Oxford Circus, which we have a bunch of people going to these areas here. Okay, so the question is, why are they going to 79? I'm going to put a little yellow marker here so we don't forget to go there. I guess we won't forget. All right, well, that was the news. Now, and Tina says, a growler could be a cab. It also says a growler is a jug used to transport or draft beer. Here it's the cab. Yes, I've heard the term growler used recently in a bar as being like a large jar of beer that you could take home with you. So you could order a growler at the bar to go. All right. Now, where shall we go first? I have a suggestion for the first place to go. Remember, we should think about times. This is our last day. We're starting out at 9 a.m. The question is there any place we need to go to early? And I know of just one place. that I want to make sure we get to early because we may want to go back there. And that is that Moriarty house is a high priority for me. And it says a Growler is a horse-drawn, four-wheeled coupe. Okay. It's not Thursday. It's September 8th, Saturday, day 4. All right, I'd like to go to the Moriarty house as the first place. We're calling it Moriarty house. It's the fortress house with the two guys in bowler hats. So that's where I'd like to go first. And that is 51 EC. Let's find out if it really is Moriarty's house or something else. So we're going to go to 51 EC, which is 279. Now that is marked here. I should use my razor blade for this so I don't tear it. Okay, let's mark it that we're actually going there. You guys can chime in whenever you want about any places you want us to go next. Okay, here we are at the Moriarty house. Now, what do you think it's going to be? I've noticed a bunch of trips to near the Diogenes Club, so I'm a little worried. Although the Diogenes Club is also next to the Card Club, so I don't know that they're going to the Diogenes Club. But I'm very curious. I hope they'll let us look at this place. Okay, so now you see why I wanted to come here early. Look at this. Look at this craziness. What do you make of that? What is going on? So we've got a before 10, a before 1 p.m., a before 4 p.m., before 7 p.m., and then after 7. So now you know why I wanted to come here right away. Because if we get here really early, we see something. So if we may want to come back to this place at all of these intervals. But let's start with our first one, right? I don't know what's going to happen here. 2:16. Let's remember to come back at these important times. 2:16. You know what's really, really fascinating about this place? What's most interesting about this place is this is not a place we got a direct lead on. This is a place that we've only discovered, if my memory is correct, from cab logs. Am I misremembering it? Was there another reason we caught in onto 51 EC? I believe it's only through cab logs that we discovered this place. Of course, it could be unrelated to our case, but let's go to the before 10 a.m. lead and see what we get. So remember, last time we were here was last night after hours. Now we're here early in the morning. We have been standing outside 51 Bear Street for close to an hour. Where's my markers? Why aren't they triggering? We've been standing outside 51 Bear Street for close to an hour when the heavy gates are opened by a team who have been guarding them for as long as we've been watching. As the gates open, a shiny black Brahmin with red and yellow pinstriping, pulled by 2 black horses, drives through and turns right onto Central Street, then right again. After the carriage has turned down Central, the men close the gates and lock them. We can see the guards remain at their posts. Could anyone see who is in that brougham? Asks Wiggins. No is the only answer he gets. In other words, this is a cab, a very specific looking cab, A shiny black Brougham cab with red and yellow pinstriping. Now we know why we might go to those cab shops, because maybe we'll be able to figure out from the cab shops, maybe they know who owns this distinctive cab. And we also got directions for the travel. Okay, so black Brougham, which is a kind of cab, with red and yellow pinstriping. Okay, what does it do? Let's look at our map here. So we catch it at 51 EC. What does it do? It comes out, turns right into Central Street. So it turns right here, goes down, and then turns right again, which would be down Weaver Street. And then we lose it. That doesn't really help us, except we know it's not going to the brewery. But we don't know where it's going anywhere else in London. It could be going other than the brewery. I'll just put not to brewery. Okay, and then guess how much time has passed? 1 hour and 20 minutes. So now it's 11:20. So it sounds like maybe Shay Smith says, we got a description of Belfour's cab on day 1 and it's the same description. Is that right? Is Shay right? Is this the description of Belfour's cab? Where did we get that? Where did we read that, I wonder? Well, let's remember to check on that. Jonathan says, maybe we should look at the bar of gold to see where they might be going to. It's 11:20 now, so we have time before it turns into 1 p.m. Anna says, let's try the Old Bailey where Holmes went and where O'Rourke could be held. Well, where do you think this cab went? Wherever you think it went, that would be our best shot to go next. Could be at Parliament. They could be at Old Bailey. Any other votes for where you'd like to go? Let me make a note on our Moriarty House place that we need to return before 1 p.m. So we're going to have to come back here soon. 4 p.m., 7 p.m., and after 7. We are not done with this house. Well, let us do this. Let's be smart for a second. Let us ask ourselves, where have we seen people from 51 EC go before? Well, we've seen them go to the Bar of Gold. We've seen them from Shanks Brewery. We've also seen them at this weird Bedford Women's College on the upper right, left of our map. Anna says, yep, Belfour's description of the red and yellow Brougham was on the first day of investigation. Freddie Weed, the coachman, when we visited his house. Okay, when we visited his house. So if we wanted to look that up again, we could check his house description. All right, so, well, we could go back to his house again and see if they've traveled there. We could go to Bar of Gold, where we know they definitely traveled to before. So we can see they've traveled to the Bar of Gold. They've traveled to near the Diogenes Club. They've traveled to London Bridge. If we think they're Moriarty, there might be certain places we want. Okay, so we're gonna have to we're gonna go to one place and see where they went. What's your best bet? Anna says, too early for a bar though, don't you think? I think that's a fair point. Shay Smith says, the Old Bailey, I thought we might find more about the Belfour's past criminal history. Well, we definitely want to go there, but do we think this cab is going there? I think it makes sense to head for the place that we think the cab might go. If it's Belfour's, well, where is Belfour's house? Let's see. But we went to Belfour's house and the wife's moving out, right? Let me just see if his entry changes here. The Belfour home doesn't change, so there's no point going there. And Belfour's office doesn't change, so there's no point going there. He could be going to the Old Bailey. But if it's Belfour's cab, but there's no point visiting Belfour's house. Jonathan's best guess was 85 EC Daniel Oliver's office. Okay. Anna says, but this 51 Bahare Street was connected to the Shank Brewery, right? And we think it is Moriarty's gang, so how could Belfour be carrying there? How could Belfour's carriage be there? That's a great question. Well, we may have to go to the carriage shop, and it may turn out that two different people have that kind of cab. I don't know. That's a good reason for us to go to the cab places. Okay. So Daniel Oliver's office, 85 EC. Is that one of the places that we've seen the cab go to before? No, it's not. It's a great question, Anna. Is it possible Belfour's working both sides of this? We don't know. It would be nice if we could guess where they're going, though. Just for fun of it. Logically, I would think we would try to make use of this map. Or mainly because it would bring me pleasure if using the map was useful. But that would bring us either to the Bar of Gold, is someplace they went, or the lunatic asylum. Or near the Diogenes Club. Let me just see, what explicit places do we have? This is one of these things where I'm taking a little time to decide this, even though we could just pick a place. It doesn't really matter theoretically, it just matters sort of role-playing wise. Belfour driver said Jabez doesn't use his cab often. He mainly drives Mrs. Belfour. That's interesting. I think it's going to turn out that they're multiple cabs with this coloring, maybe? Because it just doesn't feel like... We could go to the cab log to get yesterday's cab, brides, don't forget. So I'm looking at yesterday's cab. Do we have any trips from the cab from Bear Street, from Moriarty's house? No trips from Moriarty's house yesterday. But what about people going to Moriarty's house? Someone went to Moriarty's house from the brewery. Thursday. I suspect Ormond might be at the Moriarty house escaping. I wonder if there's a way to catch him. Well, 67 Western Road, we caught someone. Cheshire Cheese went to Moriarty's house. 90. The Women's College. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to suggest. I'm going to suggest we go to the Women's College. Let me see what what Jonathan's last thing says. Jonathan says multiple people went to Daniel Oliver's on Thursday. Once again, though, maybe they would use official cabs for that and not directly. Oh, it's a good point. Okay, so here's what I'm going to... So I'm going to make my judgment call here. They're leaving from here. They're turning right. They went up to Central Street, and then they didn't decide to go down Central Street. So I'm going to guess that they're going to a place... This is a nice big street, Central Street. Like if you were heading this way, south, seems like you would stay on Central Street for a while. So why did they immediately turn this way? So I'm going to guess that they're headed more directly west from here. So that hits us with Pickering's house, 47 WC, that they might have been going to. Or not. No, that's 47 EC. So they could be going to Pickering's house, but why would you return to the scene of the crime? There's nothing new to see there. They could be going to 5 WC. That's the carriage depot, returning the cab. No, not likely. 83 WC is Frank Kearney's house, but there's no new entry for that. 50 WC we have recorded as Maud Vincent, the widow. Unlikely. 84, no, that's 54 WC is Reginald Ormond's home. Interesting. No new entry for that. And then we get into the northwest. 3 is Alice Gardner's home. 6 is Leland Johnson's home. He's dead. And then 44 is this weird destination here that we have no reason to go to, but we've seen the cab go there. Then 48 is the Marleybone Cricket Clubhouse. So actually, there's 2 places that are kind of interesting. The Cricket Clubhouse has all of the cricket players in it that are involved in this. So that is now maybe my number one most likely place, but then maybe we stop off here on the way back. 90 EC is Arnold Shank now. That's right. 90 EC is Arnold Shank, or one of the Shanks. But yes, 90 EC. Do I have that recorded somewhere? 90 EC Arthur Shank. All right, so I'm going to say we go to the Cricket Club or the Bedford's Women's College, or both of these two. He could also be going to Bon March for all we know, but I this is the place I'm going to go. So I think the best bet, since there's so many people that hang out at the Cricket Club, I'm going to go 48 Northwest as our statistically most likely place that someone might go. So that's my choice, 48 Northwest. But the Bedford's Women's College is another very attractive one. Maybe we'll go there next. So it's 11:20. Remember, we need to get back to the house by 1. So 48 Northwest, the Cricket Clubhouse, brings us to 52. I don't know how the chat feels about that, but let's try it. As we enter the oak-paneled club, a number of white-clad gentlemen at the bar raise their glasses in a toast. Most wear black armbands, but the mood is cheerful enough. We spot the team's captain, Byron Anderson, and greet him. I guess you've heard the news about young Goodwin, he says. We have, of course, canceled our rematch with the players as a result. I can't say with sincerity that he'll be sorely missed around here. A bit of a glum one he was. Anderson pauses and takes a sip of his drink before indicating a group of the team members clustered in a corner of the room. You'd think Goodwin was their best friend the way that group is moping about today. A bit hypocritical, it seems to me. They knew him for the pampered, supercilious young blue blood that he was. I've heard most of them say as much. Perkins now was another matter. Real friendly fellow, always the first to buy you a drink, talk your ear off, always wanted to know about everything and everyone. Little bit of gossip, if you know what I mean. Little bit of a gossip. Did he mention anything about a girlfriend or seem depressed? Nope, he never seemed depressed, quite the contrary. Seemed to see everything as funny. As for women, I don't think he had any interest in them. Told me how he liked to spend his weekends at the Sir Galahad's, and you know what kind of place that is. He even tried to get me to go there with him, imagine. Okay, it sounds like this was a little bit of Anna's theory that he was never depressed, so he was killed. The suicide was a fake, but now this is a little bit deeper. He's saying women, he didn't even like them. And he's saying they went to the Sir Galahad's, which must be a gay joint. He says, it doesn't sound like you think his death was a suicide. I didn't say that. I have no idea what went on in the man's head. As the match is off, I think I'll make good use of my day. It's a good thing as well, since Kennedy has not shown up again. I don't know what Balfour sees in the big oaf. Anderson downs his drink, bids us good day, and leaves. Wiggins leads us over to the sullen group seated at the corner table. My condolences, gentlemen, says Wiggins. There's no verbal reply from the group that consists of Sir Miller Brandon, Morgan Pickering, Jack Knox, and 2 other men who we have not seen before. They just stare at us with blank, expressionless faces. What? Says Sir Miller. Our condolences on the death of Lloyd Perkins and Lord Goodwin. What are you getting at? Nothing. We would appreciate it if you would keep your nose out of our business. Now leave us alone. Knowing when we're not wanted, we decide to leave. Okay, we think Sir Brandon Miller could be the killer of Pickering. Not Pickering. Why do I keep getting Lloyd's last name wrong? Perkins. We've got a Pickering. So this seems like this group is sad about something. They're scared because they're targeted, is what they're scared about, because they're involved in criminal stuff. And Miller Brandon seems like he might be the leader of this little group. All right, so we're going to make a note that Lloyd Perkins didn't like women. Can I just point out, however, we know the picture we saw in his office was of a woman, but the name was Luella. Could Sir Galahad's be for cross-dressing men? And could Luella be a cross-dresser? Just an idea. Didn't like women. Can we find Sir Galahad? And then we're told the sad group, well, more evidence that he didn't commit suicide, was Sir Miller Brandon, possibly known as Brandy, Morgan Pickering, who we have lots of leads to investigate, but we haven't, Jack Knox, the president of Worthington Bank, and then two mystery men who, for all we know, arrived in a black carriage. And Brandon is again copying a negative attitude with us. He's always got a negative attitude. Anna says, it looks like Perkins was a mole to me. Oh, a bit of a gossip. That's interesting. So is that how you helped you to say he was a mole, that he was a gossip trying to get information? I'm just going to put here Anna's theory that he was a mole. Let's talk about that for a second. This actually, yeah, Anna says, yeah, he's interested in anything. This is actually a kind of a clever observation and a little subtle detail. We know that Perkins wanted to turn in Belfour. And so when he ends up dead, we're confused as to who would kill him. But I guess the theory now might be that Perkins, whether he was a mole or not, was going to give us information on Belfour and Belfour's group, this group here that we just ran into, Brandon Miller, whatever. And so they must have killed him. Although they've killed him in an unusual way with a gun, not by Colin Kennedy's way. But it would make sense that he might have been giving his report to Moriarty, his coded report. And he used to work at the Shank Brewery. That's a very good observation. Okay, and Shay says Sir Galahad is at 27 EC. Okay, let's go to our map here. I like this theory that he was a mole. 27 EC is where Byron Anderson works. But it's also the location of Sir Galahad's. Interesting. I wonder if that tells us anything about Byron Anderson. Can I point out that Byron Anderson, Anna, early on suggested maybe Byron Anderson could also be nicknamed Brandy. Interesting idea. All right, well, let's follow up on that later. But now it's now 12:20, and we should get back to 51 EC if we want to catch it before 1 p.m., right? Otherwise, we might miss it. So now we got to trek east to the other end of London to go back to this fortress house, which was at 279. So we're back here again. Okay. So it's before 1 o'clock, so now we can go to 275. Let's do that. 12:20, 275. 12:20, a little bit after noon, 275, which is the fortress before 1 p.m. Okay, let's see what we got here. Maybe this is going to be like nothing. You don't see anything. I like to look up who owns this property, I'll tell you that. Okay. We've been keeping a diligent watch on the heavily guarded estate for quite some time. When the heavy gates wing open and a double brougham drives out. The brougham is black with yellow and white pinstriping and is pulled by 2 black horses. Carriage turns right and right again at Central Street, just as we see it turning into Central. Another black brougham with yellow and red pinstriping appears from Goswell Road and enters the estate. Okay. Fascinating. Time 1 hour. Is this... Okay. I got a warning for us. This could be all fake lead meant to burn up our time. Turns right and right again on Central. They're going to the same place again. Appears from Goswell Road and enters the estate. Is this a fake lead? I'm starting to get a little bit of a fear that this is fake lead. Double carriage. I think we need to go to the carriage shops and see if we're told who owns these. Is anyone else getting the feel that we're being played with here by the game designers? So a double leaves and then arrives from Goswell. So day 4. I'm getting a little bit of a feel that we're being played with here. Where is Goswell? Here's our 51. Goswell is this road here. So it's just coming into it. Jonathan says it's hard to tell if this is real or not. Weird that it matches Belfour's cab for it to just be fake. So it's either a very important lead or a big pile of horseshit. And it ate up 1 hour. This is a lot of time for this to be a bad lead. It's before 4 p.m. After 1. I think we should stay here and scope it out while we're here. Then we don't have to come back for a while. Because it's now after 1, we can get the next entry. So 279 after 1 p.m. Let's just do it. It doesn't help us one way or the other. It just makes it so we don't have to rush back so soon. I'm getting the feeling this is just trickery to us, but just feels... Unless we wanted to try to catch this cab. If we want to try to catch this cab getting somewhere? Let's just go to another place while we're here, and then we can maybe put off coming back. So 229. This is after 1 p.m. Maybe this will tell us whether this is all fakery. Boy, we worked so hard to find this place, though. Day 4. We've been standing across the street from 51 Bear Street for close to an hour and nothing has happened. We're about to move on when a short man, about 5'3", dressed in green and brown checkered jacket appears. His black cap, from which brown, unkempt hair protrudes, is pulled low over his face. "Hi, Johnny," says the guard at the gate. "Boss is waiting for you." The guard pushes the gate open wide enough for the man to enter and then closes it again. Bingo. It's not a fake entry. There's our jacket, which Anna was very perceptive in noting was the outfit of the small guy who dumped Peter Northrop's jacket. And here we have confirmation. This is Johnny the Jackal, the garroter that works for Moriarty. So this is actually pretty huge lead. It took us another hour. We've wasted a lot of our day staking out this house, but we actually got exactly what we wanted. We've got Johnny the Jackal with the green and black jacket and a black cap. Boss is waiting. So this is huge. This is confirmation that this is Moriarty's headquarters and that Johnny the garroter is working for him. He's got brown hair. Yeah, pretty huge. So it paid off. So that cab tracing of everything to that place as the center of evil, we have tracked it down, and now we thought we were being led on a wild goose chase and played with, but actually it was just making us work hard to get confirmation. And now we've got our green and brown checkered guy who dumped Northrop's body. And we've also got some confirmation now that Shank's Brewery is involved. So like every place that touches this location is tainted and we are suspicious of. So we'll double down our efforts to track. The nice thing is also, it's sort of all alone there. Do you notice how isolated this place is? Except for this place right next to it. That means if we see someone going there, it's highly likely that they're going to our house in question. So we'll want to, at some point, double check for any locations there. That's fantastic. Okay, so now it's 2:20 p.m. We want to come back here after 4, before 7 p.m. Return before 7. Okay, so let's try to make sure that we come back again before 7. Anna says, it looks like there are more than one red and yellow Brougham, so it's not necessary Balfours, yeah. So Jonathan says, Women's College next, Bar of Gold, either of those are all good. Where would you like to go to next? Let's definitely hit those places that are traveling to and from this Moriarty's house. So Bar of Gold is good. The Women's College is good. Diogenes Club. Maybe Moriarty hangs out with Mycroft at the Diogenes Club. But it's time for a break first. We're making some good progress. This is pretty satisfying. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back from break. You see a little camera there of Sarah taking a nap on the office chair. And we're going to have a little taste testing interlude here. We've got some sriracha and some corn fritters. Now I'm going to show you the, let's see. Okay, here's a recipe for corn fritters. I don't have to show you the recipe. You can just search for it on allrecipes.com. But this is one of my favorite comfort foods. Corn fritters. And I have them just with ketchup and sriracha. So that's what I have here, ketchup and sriracha. And there you have it. And where's the view of it here? So, you know, doing these taste testings on the channel seems like a terrible idea, but it does, on the other hand, seems like it would add some interest, some unusualness. Sarah, are you alive over there? Maybe the next thing I'll recommend are some cat toys. Because Sarah has some favorite cat toys. She's a late night sleeper, that's for sure. Sarah has some interesting personality quirks. She's the second cat I've had. The cat before Sarah was Saffron, who I had for 18 years. They both looked a little similar, but they have very different tastes. Sarah doesn't like cheese, whereas Saffron loved dairy. Sarah doesn't really care for food that much. She doesn't want any human foods. She doesn't care. I mean, she cares about her cat food, but she doesn't like any human foods. Whereas Saffron, my other cat, loved getting treats like cheese. Sarah is about 4 years old now, I think. And she's a little bit of a scaredy cat, but she's a good cat. Smart, likes to talk, likes to hang out. If everyone in the house is in one room, she likes to come there and hang out with you. All right, but she's a loner, much like me. All right. So we had a good moment there. If anyone else wants to share their recipes, we've got a thread on the Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel where we talk movies and a little bit about books, mystery books. Jonathan has started some great threads. But if you want to share anything else, that's great. I'm not trying to make like a community out of this channel. Like I hear sometimes on these YouTube channels, they've got their Discords and they've got their all big community and they're always talking about like us and this. I hugely value the people that play these games with me and I love hanging out with you guys, but I'm not trying to make this into a community where, I mean, we're just friends. That's how I view it. We're just friends, and we hang out as friends. It doesn't need to be a branded community that we're trying to grow. We don't need any of that. We're just friends hanging out. Okay. I mean, I hope I've made that clear. But I mean, I hope I've expressed that well, that I love hanging out with you guys. It's very fun to play these games with you. I'm just not trying to grow a giant community here. It's fun when new people discover the channel, and it's fun to get subscriptions and thumbs up and all that stuff. Even I joke about it, but it goes both ways. I love hearing comments from people who watch the videos and say, I play this game, I played it differently, or here's what I thought. I love hearing how people thought about the games that we play. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to create some artificial community that has some existence where it's not about me, it's about anyway. Okay, I don't know how to explain it well. All right. That does remind me, though, talking about movies. What did I do here? Here. So, speaking of mystery movies and books, Netflix just released a new series called Kaleidoscope. It has a gimmick. Polygon does not like it. But the gimmick is, has anyone seen this yet? It just got released yesterday, I believe. The gimmick is that it's a heist series, or limited series, like 6 or 7 episodes, that they want everyone to watch in different order. Like, watch it in a random order. And there was an interesting thread somewhere about what order was recommended to watch. Someone who's watched it all was saying, if I could do it again, I'd watch it differently. They were saying, okay, you could watch it sequentially, you could watch it from back to front, you could watch it in different order. So this would be an interesting one to talk about. Now, the last Netflix thing I recommended unseen was Glass Onion, which I hated. So this, who knows? I'm not saying this is good. I'm not saying it's worth your time. But it is interesting. I wish I had pulled up the article where they were talking about different ways to watch it. Maybe someone can post that. All right, it is time to get back to the game. So we've hit our house at 51 EC. It's Moriarty's headquarters. AJ Hunter says, is that Gus Fring? Gus Fring is the name of the character in Breaking Bad. And yes, it is the actor who plays Gus Fring. And what's his name? Giancarlo Esposito, who was great in that show and has been pretty good in other things as well, was in a Far Cry video game as well. Okay. Focus. But before we focus, let's say one other thing. I mentioned on Saturday that they've arrested the guy that they think did these killings in Idaho, who was a criminologist PhD student. And there have been, most of the coverage, as you would predict, it would be just filling time horrible. But there have been a couple of YouTube discussions between detectives and true crime writers and people who study serial killers and psychopaths and stuff. There have been some interesting YouTube discussions among those groups about what kind of person you might expect him to be, what you would expect him to be motivated by. Interesting stuff. All right, back to our case. So we focused day 4 so far on Moriarty's house. It seems like we've really locked in that that's the central hub of Moriarty, who's playing a big role in all of this, although there's still Belfour's group. All right, and now the question is where to go next. And I think the channel was saying that the Bedford's Women's College and the Gold Bar Hotel, the Gold Bar Pub, where criminals hang out, seem like good places. I have no idea what's going on at the Bedford's Women's College, so let's knock on that door and see if we don't see any cabs there or something else that catches our interest. It's right next door to the Marylebone Cricket Club, so it wouldn't be crazy that it might be related to them. Let's try. Okay, so we think it's 2:20 p.m. now. And we're going to 44 Northwest, which we don't know. We just seen some cabs going there. We don't know exactly why they're going there or what's there. In fact, maybe they're just going to the cricket club. Okay, 239. Let's see what clue 239 is. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. So essentially, by not going there last night, when we saw cab rides, we lost our option to go there. That hurts. Well, we were a little bit worried about that. Yeah, we were a little bit worried about that. Well, we can't really cheat it. When we finish the game in 2 days or whenever we finish it, we'll peek back at that and we'll see what we missed. But it's one of the few places that that's happened to us. Let's hope it's not repeated too much more. That was an intriguing place, but we didn't have a strong reason to be there. Hopefully it was nothing important. All right. 2:25 p.m. Shall we try the gold bar? Let's try the gold bar. The gold bar, let's make a note here. Go back after game. Okay. We'll probably walk through the entire book after this game and look for stuff. All right, let's try the gold bar. Let's hope they're open on the weekend. Surely they are. The Bar of Gold, it's called. 2:23. Now, if that's closed, well, we went to it yesterday. We tried to go to it yesterday, and they just escorted us out. They'll probably escort us out here, too. They probably don't let people come in this bar. So, 2:23. Oh, actually, 2:23. Is that right? 2:23 is Byron Anderson. It's the wrong Byron Anderson. We were looking for the guy who plays in the cricket club, and he says, perhaps he's a relation. Says, I don't know the man. I'm not he. So we tried to go in the club, so I must have written it down wrong where the Bar of Gold is. Let's see. What are we doing wrong here? Someone remind me. It's southeast, 33. I thought that was Bar of Gold. Let me see. John says technically the rule said after 4 days you could replay. Let me just see. 33 southeast. If we went yesterday, that's when they escorted us out. 33 southeast was 235. If we go to the same place yesterday, they kick us out of the bar of gold. Boy, that's bizarre. That sounds like a bug. So if we go to it yesterday, 33 southeast, we get told it's the bar of gold and kicked out. But if we go to it today, oh, maybe, yeah, if we go to it today, we get Byron Anderson. That's weird. That feels like a bug. Huh. The bar of gold was 33 southeast, which I've now double checked on day 4. 33 southeast points us to 223. When we go to 223, we get Byron Anderson. That's very odd. Does Byron Anderson at least live at 33 southeast? Let's see. And it says that is not the current chat. I don't know what that means. Byron Anderson is at 27. Is that? Byron Anderson is supposed to live at 27 EC. EC. That's a totally different place. That's weird. Well, let's go to 27 EC and see what we see. That's where Sir Galahad now is, we think. I'm just going to go to 27 EC, which is Sir Galahad's and also where Byron Anderson was supposed to live. If we went to 27 EC yesterday, we got clue 271. Let's see what that is. Let's see if that's the guy saying, I don't live here. I don't know who Brian Anderson is. Okay, so 271 yesterday was the choice of going to Byron Anderson or Sir Galahad's pub. So I think it's a bug that bar of gold gave us Byron Anderson. So Sir Galahad is, so if we go now to 271, we get the choice of Byron Anderson or Sir Galahad's. And then 223 is what we just read, which we thought we were going to the bar of gold. So instead we're going to go to 231. So we don't know how to get to the bar of gold if it's important. It's a bug though. Oh, look at this. So here's Sir Galahad's. If it's before 6, if it's after 6, what do you think? Are you guessing that they're open at night or are they closed at night? You got to guess? I guess the best thing is the current situation where we could come back. So it's 2:25 p.m., so it's before 6. Before 6. Okay, so we're going to 2:18, but we might want to come back here. 2:18. Hey, we aren't open yet, yells a young man dressed in a royal blue velvet suit. It's all right, we just want some information, replies Wiggins. Well, we're never open for that. Do you know Lloyd Perkins? Asks Wiggins, ignoring the blue boy's reply. Yeah, I hear he's dead. Did you know him? Well, only by sight. He came here quite often. Find Johnny Apollo. He was his constant companion. Yeah, where can we find him? I don't know. They all show up here sometime, answers the blue boy. Now get out of here. We got work to do before the bloody crowds arrive. All right, so he's saying come back, but he tells us someone to find. Johnny Apollo. Johnny Apollo. Any thoughts on this? Plus 15 minutes. All right, so we can come back here and maybe find Johnny Apollo, or we could see if Johnny Apollo is in the directory, but I'm guessing it's someone's stage name or fake name. I don't think we're really going to find an Apollo, but I could be wrong. There's the Apollo Theater, 19 Northwest. That's all there is, though. Okay, let's just make a note. Apollo Theater, 19 Northwest. Is that a place on our list? No. All right, sounds like we're going to have to come back here after 6 to me. Okay. All right. Well, I'm still a little bit worried about the bar of gold, but we can deal with that later. We're no rush to deal with that. But we should think about places that were closed. We wanted to go to Daniel Oliver. How about Daniel Oliver, Jonathan? You were pretty... Oh, that's interesting. He probably saw Johnny the day he died. He had that note on his day planner. Yes, he did. He did. He could have been killed in a lover's quarrel. This guy wants 50 pounds from him. Okay, that's a good catch. Good memory about him wanting 50 bucks. Put a note here. Come back. Come back after 6 p.m. So if you look at this here, Stock Exchange, Bank of England both have 239 entries. If I had to guess, 239 is going to say they're closed. Let me just take a quick look here. We can cross them off our list if so. 239 closed Saturdays and Sundays. So anywhere we see a 239, we can't go. It's too late to go to the Stock Exchange, too late to go to the Bank of England. Luckily, I don't see too many more of these. Of course, don't forget, just because it's a different entry doesn't mean there's not a duplicate that says you can't come back under a different number. Okay, so that's all the 239s. Oh, no, here's Disraeli, the archivist. You can't go to him. He's closed. Parliament's closed. All right, so a couple places are closed, but mostly places we've already been to. Okay, where does the channel want to go next? Let's see. Johnny wouldn't steal all of Lloyd's papers from his drawer. Now, we don't know what was in that drawer. It could have been money in that drawer. It could have killed him and taken his 50 pounds. Where do we want to go next? How about the boxing ring before they close? There are a couple people, maybe we should think of it differently. There are a couple people we really need to talk to fill out our thing, and we're at risk if they become inaccessible to us. I think that's what we need to focus on. Who are people we really need to talk to before this game ends? We need to understand the betting slips probably, so the ring would be a good idea. But the other people involved with Belfour and Kearney and Lloyd, we care about. All right, so we're going back to Lloyd. I think we need to hit some of these people that worked with Belfour that we've been putting off visiting for some reason. We could go back to the Sporting Gazette. Wait, is that true that I think the Sporting Gazette might have new news for us. I want to find Kearney. Anna says, I thought that there were just papers in the drawer, the ones he wanted to give us, but you say it's not sure? Yeah, I don't think we know for sure what was in his drawer. We just know that it was a drawer that didn't have any dust in it, which suggests to me it was a frequently used drawer. Boy, it's sort of overwhelming to see all this stuff. Okay, so there are a couple people that I feel like we were supposed to visit early, so let me go to them. Let's go to Frederick Charrington. He seems like he's sort of an important player in this. And then Lord Sipton, we should try to find. Like, there are a couple people that seem to be playing roles in this that I'm afraid we haven't, that we should have been talking to a while ago. So 8 Southeast Charrington, which is 21. I want to go to some people. You guys think of people that you think we should have talked to and it's dangerous for us not to have talked to yet. Okay, here's Charrington. This is an address we found from the newspaper. Come in, my brothers and sisters, come in. Is it spiritual or material comforts you seek? We enter a large assembly hall, which is empty of people except for a few who are hanging banners above the stage. Bustling about with instantly apparent energy is a handsome young woman in her mid-30s with short-cropped dark hair and sparkling eyes. She approaches us with outstretched arms, and we feel sure and open heart. Come in, friends. I am Sister Melissa. We've heard much of Charrington's projects. We were wondering if we could speak with him. I'm sorry he's not here right now. Perhaps I can help you. Maybe because we didn't talk to him sooner, we missed him. But hopefully she'll tell us. Can you tell us anything about Jabez Balfour's work in the temperance movement? Melissa pauses for a moment before answering. The Lord knows I hate to speak ill of anyone, especially someone involved in his own good works, but I have to speak my mind, and I've always felt that Mr. Balfour speaks out of both sides of his mouth. I think the only reason he's excluding pubs from the development of his is because it's profitable to do so. And I just hope the good Lord sees that some of those profits make their way to the poorer parts of the city. However, I know that Mr. Charrington thinks highly of him, and I also know that quite a few working men have been encouraged to save through his building societies, so I don't mean to judge him harshly. Thank you, sister. You've been most helpful. Why don't you come back tonight for the rally? The striking match girls are holding a big meeting tonight with Eleanor Marks as one of the speakers. It's just criminal what's being done to those girls. Well, we'll try to make it, thanks. Okay, so the only thing we learn here, which is not insignificant, is Charrington likes Balfour. And again, this woman says what we already suspect. Balfour is excluding pubs for business reasons. This is the idea that he's trying to buy them up cheaply, maybe. He's trying to buy the stocks. Okay. Continuing on with this approach of going to places so they don't run out. I suppose the ring is pretty important to us, right? We already know that Colin Kennedy is our bad guy, but we also suspect we've got these boxing slips that there might be something more going on. So let's finally go to the ring. Okay. 2:55 p.m. The ring. 35 Southeast, which is 203. Please don't be closed. That's weird. That's very weird. This is the second entry here on the southeast area. That seems to be the wrong entry. Let me look up the ring again. The ring is in the directory, I remember. The ring is 35 Southeast. 35 Southeast points to 203. 35 Southeast points to 203. Okay. But what happens when we go to 203? Do we need to start making a list of locations that seem wrong? Let me show you what happens when we go to 203. This is understandable that sort of like the end game stuff is where they didn't have time to test. They didn't have time to fix stuff. But look what we've got. Oh, that was scary. That's my hand. Okay. 203, we've got Oliver Perkins and Kirk Rudd. Well, we know who Rudd is, but Oliver Perkins, it seems like Lloyd has a relative. What on earth? Let's start making a list of wrong clue points. So we've got Bar of Gold. And then the ring, which pointed us to 203. Let me see what the ring would have, where it would have sent us on previous days. 203. $203. 89 on day one. I assume that's just going to tell you there's nothing there. Let me just look at it. If you went there early on 89, Okay, I think this is a bug. So actually, here's a full entry for the ring. So I think we should read this. We're going to read 89. We'll see if there's a reason why we're not allowed to go to this later. As we pass through the double doors that lead into a vast auditorium of the ring, we see a big man with a big black cigar sticking out of the side of his mouth, standing in the center of the boxing ring, shouting orders to a large number of workmen who are busy setting up bleachers and chairs around the ring. No, you forgot to put the support in the back bleacher. Do you want it to fall? That's all we need. Puff of gray smoke erupts into the air to punctuate his statement, but the cigar never leaves his mouth. All right, take a short break. The announcement causes a rush for the door that we just passed through, sending us against the wall to clear a path for their stampede. The man in the ring climbs through the ropes, jumps to the floor, and starts to the back of the hall. Excuse me, sir, excuse me, shouts Wiggins to get his attention. The big man stops and turns to look at us. He sends a puff of smoke in our direction as he waits for us. What do you want? The man sends his question to us in another cloud of smoke. Well, we're interested in some information about Jabez Balfour. The dwarf? I could give you an earful about that little Bonaparte. What do you want to know? Well, to start with, can I ask who you are? I'm Oliver Perkins, manager of the ring. Okay, so that's why when we went back there, we got his address. I think the game just assumed that we would have been here already. Well, it's good to make your acquaintance. I'm Wiggins, an investigator for Sherlock Holmes. So you're investigating Jabez, are you? It's about time someone did. I'd rather it would be the Sports Commission. But I fear that Jabez now has them snugly in his pocket. What do you want to know? Could you fill us in on his involvement in boxing? Sure, why don't you come into my office and have a drink? My workmen will be back shortly and I can't leave them unattended or they'll destroy the place. This way. Perkins leads us to the back of the hall and into a small office. The walls are covered with posters advertising boxing events, and after we're settled into our chairs, Perkins brings out a bottle of whiskey from one of his desk drawers. Without asking any of us if we want one, he pours us a drink. He says, when you want more, help yourself. Oh, thanks. So you want the dirt on Jabez Balfour. Well, I met him for the first time back in '65 when he was taking over the running of his father's stable. He had some good fighters. Gentleman Jack was a hell of a trainer, and he wasn't called gentleman for nothing. His son Jabez is another story. He's smart. Can't take that away from the little bastard. Perkins refills his glass with more whiskey and takes a long drink. I must say one thing about Jabez, he wasn't treated fairly by the boxing establishment. Okay, Jonathan says 89 was the option from today. So I guess if you went to there and you chose to visit Perkins, you got the ring. So maybe that entry just should have said, if you want to visit the ring and Oliver Perkins, go to 89. So we're now reading that. Okay. Boxing is a sport that worships physical power and physique. If you've seen Jabez, you'll understand that his physique became the brunt of many jokes. But Jabez wasn't going to be the brunt of anyone's jokes. If he couldn't have physical power, then he'd gain financial power. He went at it with a vengeance. Now, what I'm going to tell you would never stand up in court. It's only hearsay, but I was around to hear it. Jabez was a smart promoter. He put fights on all across the country. Every country village, any place where people would pay, Jabez sent his fighters. He worked day and night. He was determined to prove that his body was not going to limit his powers. Jabez soon learned that fights could be fixed. Now, this is an interesting story. Twist of fate that changed Jabez's life. Oh, let's hear this story. There was a group of men, a gang under the leadership of a mysterious, unknown mastermind who was trying to control the fight business. Sounds like we got our tie-in between Belfour and maybe Moriarty. An mysterious, unknown mastermind trying to control the fight business. He was powerful. If he wanted a fight fixed, you fixed it. If he wanted a percentage of the gate, he got it. He worked the gate, sold the beer. If you objected, you only did so once. Perkins pours himself another whiskey and rolls his cigar from one side of his mouth to another. Well, we all knuckled under, all the big shots except one, Jabez the Dwarf. He was the brunt of our jokes, but he stood up to the gang. He put his organizational skills to work in fighting outside the ring. He put together some of his ex-pugs who gave the gang members back better than the gang served out. He broke their proverbial back. Everyone loved Jabez after that. Wanted to take him to dinner, to be seen with him, to assure him that they have always held him in the highest regard. But Jabez had other ideas. He didn't destroy the gang out of a feeling of civic duty, but for his own self-interest. Jabez saw an opportunity to replace the gang. He moved right in and filled the position he himself had rendered available. Rather brilliant when you think about it. We were so used to paying off that the transition created only a momentary ripple. Proceeds went into his real estate enterprises and his temperance movement. Brilliant. He used the extortion money to turn himself into a respected pillar of the community. That's quite a story. Jabez still has power over the boxing community? Oh, yeah. He has a figurehead in place now, but we all know who pulls the strings. Who's the figurehead? Johnny Algood. And no one fights this? Now, I'm not going to insult your intelligence by painting Jabez as the corrupter of a group of innocents. Well, we may even need someone like Jabez to maintain order over this tough, chaotic world. But I'll tell you what, if an investigation destroyed Jabez, there'd be no tears. However, I dare say someone will again fill the position. Well, I hear my men coming back. I must get back to work. Take your time, finish your whiskey. Okay. So, we learned some good stuff there, right? We learned the name of the person who runs the boxing illegal stuff, Johnny Algood. Is that going to be relationship to Johnny Apollo? Same person? But now we also know the background story. The background story is Jabez versus Moriarty for the boxing underworld. And Jabez won. And now we think Moriarty's coming back in to push him out. That's pretty good backstory. Confirms our theories, confirms Anna's theory about Moriarty and Jabez being head to head. And that's what this is all about. Okay. Now, 3:55, it's now 4:45. 4:45 p.m. All right, that was useful. That was very useful. Where's our thing? All right, so that was the bar of gold. Although we should note, you can also come back for... Sorry, that was not the bar of gold. That was the ring. But you could also speak to Rudd. But what was weird is that that guy just had shared the same name as Lloyd Perkins, but he's not related to Lloyd Perkins. Is that just a coincidence? He didn't seem... It's weird, right? Like his name is Oliver Perkins and a guy who got killed is Lloyd Perkins, but they don't seem related. And if we want to talk to, who's the other person at this address that we could talk to? Because there is someone we know of that name. Kirk Rudd. Okay, so we know who Rudd is, if you'll remember. Kirk Rudd is Bouncer. He was the bodyguard of David Sadler. So I think probably we should talk to him while we're here, don't you think? Let's talk to him while we're here, but we got to go back to some other places soon. So 203, if we wanted to talk to Rudd, we would go to 176. Okay, let's talk to Rudd, who is the bodyguard of Sadler. I'm not sure how much information he's going to have for us. As we pass through the large double doors that lead into the large auditorium of the Ring, we see a big man with a big black cigar sticking out of the side of his mouth. This is the guy we just talked to. Excuse me, can you tell me where I can find Kirk Rudd? Rudd ain't here. He only set up for Allgood's fights. This ain't one of Allgood's. Any idea where he might be? You might try over at the Amusement Palace on London Road. That's Johnny Allgood's place, and Rudd works for him. Okay, so we got a line on Johnny Allgood. Plus 15 minutes, so it's 5 p.m. Johnny Allgood and Rudd are at the Amusement Palace on London Road. Okay. All right. I guess we might as well chase down this lead. Although we got to start thinking, what places might we run out of time for? We got to be careful because we want to go to the other place. We want to go back to that house before 7, I believe. Let me just get the address of the amusement place, then we'll check in on our times. Okay. Amusement Palace is not under AM. It strikes me as familiar, like maybe I would have seen it as a location. The Allgood is in the directory at 10 Southeast. Okay. Southeast is Allgood. Do you think that's where the Amusement Palace is? Let's see if we can see it as a location. 10 Southeast. 10 Southeast is South London Palace of Amusements. Yeah, I thought I remembered seeing it. I think we've got some travel here, actually. I think in our cab logs, we've actually got travel to this location. So 10 Southeast is definitely a place to visit. Let's look on our map here. So 10 Southeast, we've got a new place we've never been to. Okay. Amusement. It's nice to fill in this thing. Johnny Allgood and Rudd. Now, let's remind ourselves where we need to be and when so we don't miss it. So Sir Galahad's we can go to after 6 p.m. That's fine. But the other place we need to get to before 7 p.m. It's now 5 p.m., 2 hours. All right, we've never seen a lead that takes us more than 2 hours. So I guess we still got a chance to go here. All right, let's go there before they close. Okay, 10 southeast. 10 southeast is 110. $5 p.m. Okay, so we're following down this, tracking down this lead. 110. Although we think we know this story, this feels like we've got a pretty good hold of this story and who's aligned with who. The South London Palace of Amusements is a large building that covers the whole block. Around the large entrance portal are a number of brightly colored posters telling us the delightful events that await us inside. Authentic South Sea mermaids are illustrated in all their scantily clad voluptuousness, next to a poster of genuine Zulus in full war regalia, each a bargain at 2 pence. Upon passing through the portal, we're greeted by the barking voice of a man on stilts, which raises him 4 foot above the heads of the crowd. He's announcing the start of the next bicycle race, only 10 minutes until the next show in the music hall. Wiggins spots a guard standing next to the entrance to the exhibit of fasting men, which we read about, and moves over to him. "Can you tell me where I can find Johnny Algood?" asks Wiggins. "Go down past the beer hall and turn right. You'll come to a door that says private. Knock on that door and someone will see if Mr. Algood wants to see you." "Thanks." We follow the directions and soon find ourselves addressing the guard at that door. "We would like to see Mr. Algood." "Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Well, Mr. Algood sees no one without an appointment." "Yeah, but it's very... there's no buts. If you're not in my appointment book, you don't see the boss." "Well, how do we make an appointment?" "You may write a letter to his appointments secretary. It will only... A good day, gentlemen." So that's it. It was just a bit of flavor at this location. Nothing more. Nothing more than flavor. Okay. 15 minutes have passed. Just a bit of flavor. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Places we want to go before risking it running out. I'll tell you who I'm afraid we're in danger of not meeting. Is Sipton, Lord Sipton, who seems involved in all of this. What about Edward Hall at the legal cases? We wanted to go there. We got to make sure we get there before they close. Let's go to the legal cases where we were told someone might be going to. Okay, 5:15 p.m. Edward Hall. Who else directed us to the legal cases? 36 EC. I remember in the beginning we were thinking of going right there. But we didn't. Okay, 183. Edward Hall. Let's see what he can tell us. Let's see if he has any documents for us to look up. All right, so we've got two choices at Clue 183. We can go to Newgate Prison or Edward Hall. Well, we're here to see Edward Hall. I don't know why we would go to Newgate Prison, though. All right, let's go see Edward Hall at 118. Hopefully he's got some good information for us. I don't remember. I don't know what we're looking for, to be honest. Good day, Wiggins. What brings you down to the dismal halls of justice on such a lovely Saturday? He knows it's Saturday. Does Holmes have a heavy caseload these days? Well, enough to keep us busy. How's your caseload? Are you asking that out of polite interest, or have you found another stray cat for me? I'd like you to look in on Josh O'Rourke. Ah, that's why we wanted to find Josh O'Rourke. That's right. Okay. He's being held on murder. He's no angel, but I don't think he's guilty of this charge. Where's he at? Newgate? Yep. All right, I'll walk over and talk to him. Thank you. I know if a Bailey hack gets hold of him, he'll be sold up the river. Okay, it's just telling us to go to Newgate, I guess. So we back up and go to Newgate. I'm not sure. I don't think he's guilty of this charge. Then he says, where is he at? Newgate? And then he says, I'll walk over to talk to him. It's weird that he's walking over to talk to him instead of us, but we're going to now follow. I guess we're going with him now, maybe, is the best way to think of it. Okay, 153 is Newgate. All right, let's see what this guy says. Ah, we got a nice long entry. Let's see what Josh O'Rourke says. We've been wanting to talk to him for a while. All right, O'Rourke, get in there. Some people want to talk to you. The guard pushes O'Rourke into the small room where we've been waiting for him. He's a big man, well over 6 foot tall, 220 pounds, and hands so massive they could easily toss around beer kegs. Guard turns to Wiggins and asks, do you want me to stay in the room with you? That won't be necessary. Wiggins looks over at O'Rourke and then back at the guard. Just stand outside the door. I'll call you if we need you. The room is bare except for a rough wooden table with 2 equally rough benches on either side. O'Rourke sits down opposite us. His weight causes the bench to squeak or crack, but it seems to hold him. His face is twisted into a contemptuous sneer as he looks us over. Wiggins glances at the door, and we can see him visually calculating the time it would take the guard to make it from the door to our aid if the need were to arise. What do you be wantin' with me? He speaks with a strong Irish brogue. We'd like to ask you some questions about Peter Northrop, the man you're accused of murdering. I be murdering no one. I never heard of the bloke. They can't be a holding me. Looks like they're doing a good job of it. We'll be seeing about that, we will. You were seen dropping the body into the canal. Police have closed the case. You're the murderer, clear and simple. Been a lot of murderers of late, and the police have to show the public they're doing their job. I think it'll be a fast trial and an even quicker hanging. I tell you, I not be the killer. Well, tell it to the hangman. I don't think they should be talking to him this way. I'll never hang. O'Rourke's bravado is starting to weaken. His eyes dart from Wiggins to the rest of us and to the door. He glances at the small window covered with bars and back to Wiggins. He speaks to us now in a voice that's almost pleading. I didn't do it. You must believe me. It doesn't matter if I believe you. The police are going to hang someone for this one. They have to. If it's not going to be you, it's going to have to be someone else. I see. They're being clever. They're telling him he's going to have to name someone. Wiggins now bends across the table to get closer to O'Rourke. His voice takes on the concern of a father talking to his son. Look, Josh, we work for Sherlock Holmes. You know who he is, don't you? Yeah, that's right. He's the world's greatest detective, and he's going to find out who murdered Peter Northrop. No doubt about that. Even if you didn't murder Northrop and Holmes does find the real killer, the real murderer, police will just hang you beside him unless you help us. You think the police or all those swells that sit on the jury care what happens to you? No, no, those bloody knobs don't care about blokes like me. I break me back for a few pence a day, and I have to say thank you, Gov. Yes, sir, your nibs. I'll kiss your arse and say thank you, sir. And all the time I have to watch my kids live on bread and potatoes, while those bloody sons of bitches bleed my country dry. They kill me, brother, and drive me and me kind from the lands where me dad and his dad is laid under, so some bloomin' lord can chase his bloody foxes. No, mate, those bloody arses don't care what happens to the likes of me, I know that. Wiggins doesn't say anything for a few moments, letting O'Rourke's own words sink in. He removes a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offers them to O'Rourke, who quickly takes one. After it's lighted and he's taken a couple of puffs, Wiggins continues his fatherly tone. Josh, we want to help you. We can understand the loyalty that you have to your mates, and loyalty is good, but it can also be misplaced. Do you know who Northrop was? No, answers O'Rourke nervously. Well, he was a member of Moriarty's gang, a forger of banknote plates. He was caught before he could turn over his handiwork to Moriarty. He was loyal, never told the police a thing. Told the police nothing about Moriarty nor where the counterfeit plates were. That's the man whose body you helped dispose of, a man loyal to his mates, just like you. Wiggins again pauses while both he and O'Rourke puff at their cigarettes. O'Rourke's eyes are fixated on a point on the wall behind us. His face no longer shows contempt or anger, only perplexity. That was a nice little story he told him. He's like, here's a man who's loyal. Here's how he ended up dumped in a ditch. We're also told that now confirmation that Peter Northrop was actually a member of Moriarty's gang. I would say that's as a meta comment, I don't like that Wiggins knows that, but we didn't. Like, we could have guessed that, but he seems to be fairly confident, and we missed the point where he learned that information. Okay, but here he's continuing. I know what you're thinking, Josh. What will become of you if you talk? What will happen to your children? You do have children, don't you? Yeah, 2 wee ones. O'Rourke's face for the first time shows signs of softness. A lad and a lass. Well, what's to become of them when their father's hanged? What's their mom going to tell them? Think of what's best for your family, Josh. It is now a different man sitting across from us than the one who entered the room a few minutes ago. We can see his massive hands holding a small child, his hard features looking happily at the joy and innocence of a wee baby. His eyes now seek out Wiggins, and he sighs deeply. What is it ye be wanting to know? Wow, Wiggins really talked him into it. How did you end up dumping the body? I be a driver for Shanks. I deliver beer to pubs and inns in Paddington and St. John's. Me wife and I live in Kensal Green, behind the Pelican Inn, where me wife is a cook. I drive the wagon home each night, so there's no problem storing it and taking care of the horses. Brewery pays me 2 shillings a week to take care of them bloody horses. Maybe this is where Holmes went to Shanks to work on horses. Yesterday morning, 3 o'clock it was, someone bangs on me door, waking us all, even the wee ones. It was Johnny. Get dressed, he says, and come with me. Johnny who? I don't know his family name, Satan most likely. Sometimes a man must do things he knows will offend God, but he lights a candle for 'em and knows that in the next life he'll have to pay. But not Johnny. He enjoys killing. He enjoys doing the devil's work. He's called Johnny the Jackal, and he be proud of that name and one of the deeds that earned it. This is a little bit confusing, though, because the person they killed is Moriarty, and we think Johnny the Jackal's Moriarty too, right? And we think Shanks is aligned with Moriarty, don't we? So it's a little bit, he's a driver for Shanks. We'll have to talk about this a little bit. I do what I'm told and get dressed. When I get down to the yard, he's already started harnessing the horses to the beer wagon. He don't say a word to me until we drive off. He tells me to drive by the warehouse of Oak Lane by the canal. The warehouse of Oak Lane by the canal. He picks up a sack that be laying inside the door. I say to him, it feels like a body. He says, don't worry about what it is, just put it in the wagon. I say I don't want to be having anything to do with no body, and he says for me to do as I'm told or I'll become a dead body. So I put the sack in the wagon, and we drove off. He tells me to go down Harrow Road. When we get to the cemetery, he tells me to turn in. O'Rourke takes another cigarette from the pack that Wiggins has left on the table and lights it. After a couple of puffs, he continues his tale. He thinks it'd be real funny, us going there in the dark. He laughs even more at that. He says, what better place to bring a dead man? O'Rourke crosses himself. When we get to the canal, he tells me to stop the wagon and dump the body out of the sack. I start to protest, but he pulls a gun out of his coat pocket. He tells me to take it out of the sack and place it on the bank, not in the water. Puts the gun back in his pocket, but keeps his hand in there with it, so I know he has it pointed at me. This is the scene that the witness saw, and we had guessed that this is what was happening. We both get out of the wagon, and I take the body out of the sack and place it on the bank. He don't help. He just stand there with his hands in his pockets watching me. Sun is just starting to come up by the time we're done, and we drive off. When we get outside the gate, the jackal gets off the wagon. He tells me to go to work and not say anything to anybody about this. And this was not his first killing this week, and that it need not be his last. Not his first killing this week. Yeah, we know the other guy he killed. Oh, do we? Wait, we don't know the other guy he killed. Northrop's the only guy we're convinced the jackal killed, but I wonder who else he killed. This is important. Is that all? Yes, police picked me up this morning, and here I am. Does Johnny work for the brewery? No, he works for, the man you mentioned before. O'Rourke's voice quivers as if the very mention of the dreaded name might cause him to appear. Moriarty? Mm-hmm. What do you think? Why do you think Johnny came to you? 'Cause I'd done jobs for Moriarty before. Never murder or anything close to it. Move goods for him, help collect payments that are due him. I'm a big man, so most of the time when they see me, they pay up. I can believe that, says Williams. A few times, Johnny and I work together. He's not the kind to make friends. So you're one of Moriarty's men. Look, mate, it's not that simple. You know how many men can't find jobs out there? You have to make money any way you can. Sure, I've done things I'm not proud of, things that have been seen on the other side of the law. And I got 2 kids to feed. You know how I got me job? Through Moriarty. You work for him, he takes care of you. A lot of Teamsters get their jobs through him. You spend some time on those mean streets and see how you like it. Well, I spent my youth on those streets, so I know how it is, replies Wiggins softly. What's the relationship between Moriarty and the Shank brothers? I don't know. Maybe he tells them what to do. Maybe they know nothing about him. The foreman hires the drivers. The door opens and the guard enters. I have to take O'Rourke now. An inspector from the yard wants to see him. O'Rourke gets up and heads for the door. What am I going to do? You said you would help me, pleads O'Rourke. Which inspector? Asks Wiggins of the guard. Gregson. Good. Just tell him what you told us. Gregson's a fair man. I'll talk to a barrister that I know and see if he'll help you. His name's Edward Hall. He'll help you, I'm sure. Thanks, mate. Thanks for your help. I don't even know your name. Wiggins. Harry Wiggins. Thanks, Harry. Plus 1 hour. Okay, so we got a long story here that filled in quite a bit of background. So, oh, that was a long, boy, that was pretty satisfying. That was a pretty enjoyable conversation scene, right? And it's feeling like these scenes are a little bit finale focused, like a little bit tuned for pacing at the end of the case. Pretty cool. Okay, but what does he tell us here that's important? Because he tells us a bunch of stuff. He tells us Johnny the Jackal killed Northrop. And he says he also killed someone else that week, right? First killing this week. So he could have been the one that killed Perkins. I wonder if that's Lloyd Perkins he killed. But that doesn't match with our thinking that Lloyd Perkins was a snitch for Moriarty. So we don't know who else he killed. Could have killed Kearney. Okay, then the other question is, why would Moriarty kill Northrop? If they were in the gang and he's got the plates, does he just give him up and say, tell me where the plates are, and kill him off because he's too big a risk, because they want to steal his money? I don't know how they're going to get those plates now. But we did think that Moriarty broke him out of jail. It's just weird that he would also kill him. Anna says, why did Northrop get out of prison? We were told that the sentence was small. That's why I thought Moriarty was blackmailing him. Anna says, I guess Moriarty promised Northrop when he got arrested that don't tell anything, I'll get you out in no time. And my theory was Northrop had demands, didn't want to tell where the plates were, so Moriarty tortured it out of him. I think that makes sense. That is a very reasonable theory. And once you torture it out of him, you don't need him anymore? I think that makes sense, although it's a little weird to kill the guy who was loyal and didn't reveal the secrets. But then, as Wiggins said, here's the guy who was royal, and look how he ended up. All right, there's a little more interesting here, too. We drive by the warehouse at Oak Lane, picks up the sack behind the door. So I wonder if this is a warehouse we should care about. Warehouse by Oak Lane. We pick up the sack. He says, feels like a body. He says, no, mind your own business. Then they go down Harrow Road to the cemetery. Turn in. Let's look at this for a second. This is all 153 continued. I really liked that dialogue there. So let's take a look and see if we can figure out where that warehouse might be. They went down Harrow Road. Where's Harrow Road? I think it's in Queen's Park. Am I wrong? There's Harrow Road. Here's Harrow Road. Okay. Here's the cemetery where they could turn in. So they might be able to turn in here. And here's Manor Park Street. So Harrow Road would be here. So really there's only 86 is Harrow Road and 53 is the cemetery. I thought he was dumped by the gasworks. Did I think he was dumped by the canal at the gasworks, but he's really in the cemetery? What did they actually do? What does he say they actually did with the cemetery? They turned into the cemetery. Drive by the warehouse, they pick up the sack. They go to the cemetery, they turned in. What better place for a dead man? When we get to the canal, stop the wagon. Okay, I think you know what happened. I think they went through the cemetery to this. They put the body at the canal at the edge of the cemetery. But getting back here, it looks like 86 might have been the warehouse that they picked up the dead body. Is 86 QP a location for us? 86 QP is not a location for us. Looks like we can't go to this factory on Harrow Road. Just to confirm, 86 QP. Let's find out what it is. See if it's a factory. I see 88. 86 is Coach and 8. It's a company or a factory, Coach and 8, that we can't go to. The closest place we can go to here is actually nowhere near here. And we can't go to the cemetery. Can't go to either cemetery. All right, so we're not going to be following up this lead. It's too bad. It's sort of tempting, but it's just where our guy, Johnny the Jackal, left the body, so maybe it's no big deal. It might even be a place, since it's, look at this, since it's near this land, it might make sense that they're using this area. All right, well, that was a serious lead we read. Pretty enjoyable, I think. One of my favorite paragraphs, favorite text that we read, this scene where this big guy gets talked by Wiggins into cooperating, and we're going to help him out. Okay, time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back 4 hours in. Boy, this is... We're already 4 hours in, is that right? Wow, time is flying today. Well, we're clearly not going to even finish... Well, I guess it's almost 6 p.m. in game time here. In fact, it's 6:30 p.m., I guess. We need to go to the Moriarty house right away before it's too late to catch our last thing. The pieces are falling into place a bit. We couldn't find the warehouse. Still no signs of location for more explosives. Well, there are some Queen's Park locations that we haven't been at yet, where we may find evidence of Northrop, but I'm not sure they're relevant for us. We might find Toby the dog, but not clear why that would be anything but Northrop's escape route. I think there may be a bunch of places that are going to give us stuff we already know. But we have to go back to Moriarty's house now for our second to last time-stamped thing. So if we go before 7 p.m., it's now 6:30, we can go to 279. Let's stake out the house again. If you were playing by the official rules, we might stop scouting that house because we have very little more to learn from it and we couldn't afford the time. But since we aren't really playing by time rules, okay, so we went to 237. No, we're going to 237 now. And we have once more to return. We might need to slow down time in this, because if we go to a place that's like, if it's before 7 p.m., we might have to fudge those rules. Okay, here's Moriarty's house, another stakeout. Let's see what we got. Our surveillance of the mansion has been uneventful for the past hour, but now the gate opens and the large gateman comes out and blows a whistle. A few moments later, a hansom pulls up in front of the gate. A man in a brown and green checkered coat and black cap comes through the gate and boards the hansom. We hear the man tell the driver to take him to 33 Tower Street. How cool is that? There's only one problem. Don't we think that's Bar of Gold territory? Okay, so plus 1 hour. No, sorry, plus 30 minutes. And Johnny the Jackal takes cab to 33 Tower Street. Let's find where 33 Tower Street is. Well, 33 Tower Street is right there. We're right here, where we thought near where the Bar of Gold is. "33 Southeast is our Bar of Gold place. Where else could they be going? 31, 46. None of those are actual locations we can go. We do have a 33 Southeast we can go to. All right, let's leave aside that it's the Bar of Gold for a second. Let's just turn to that entry. So 33 Southeast that we see him going to is 223. 223 is Byron Anderson, the guy who claims I'm not related to anyone. That's very strange. I don't know what to think of that. What should we do? He's gone to the Bar of Gold, but we can't find where the Bar of Gold is. We don't know the clue. The question is, are we just not, is it a bug? Is it in there and at the wrong number? Or is it that we're not supposed to be able to find it at this point? It was very weird that we were able to find it before. Let's find out. Let's go to the entry that we did see it at. Let's just see how it describes it. 235. Maybe once we're told not to go in there, the game just assumes we shouldn't be going back. So we're standing in front of the bar of gold. Wiggins has his hand on the door. Constable calls to us and says, "Where you be going?" And we say, "We're going inside." And he says, "Nope, that's a rough bunch. You don't want to go in there. Just move along." So maybe the game just assumes we shouldn't be trying to get back in there. We've already learned our lesson. All right, well, we'll have to decide on that later, how we want to handle it, if we want to look for it. Anna says, "I assume it's a bug." You would think it was a bug. The only question is it a bug and there is a bar of gold entry that we could visit? Or is it a bug and there is no entry? Well, we've put that on our list. We're going to see if we can find it at the end, but we're not going to worry about it now. But where do we want to go? Okay, how about we go, since it's already 6, it's 7 o'clock, I think, now. We should go back to Sir Galahad's. That was open after 7. That was 27 EC. Then we should go back to Moriarty's house. Okay, 27 EC 281. Let's do that. We're looking for Johnny Apollo. So Sir Galahad's told us to go to 231. Seems like we already did this. Oh yes, if it's after 6 o'clock, 196. Okay. So Sir Galahad, 196. Okay, nice long entry. Here we go. We work our way through the crowd that fills Sir Galahad's in our search for the bar and its keeper. The crowd's made up of predominantly young men. The room is dimly lit by hundreds of small candles, which creates either an eerie or romantic atmosphere depending on your mood. At the far end of the room is a small stage where a woman is singing "My Old Man Said Follow the Van," accompanied by a young man at the piano. An enthusiastic audience of young men in front of the stage applauds and cheers for the young woman. I hope we find a Luella. "Wiggins, is that you?" We look in the direction of a voice, and through the dim light we see Langdale Pike waving to us. That's funny. It makes sense that we would find him here. He's sitting at a small table with one other person. We follow Wiggins through the crowd as he works his way towards Langdale. "Wiggins, join us. There are chairs enough for you and your friends." We settle in around the small table. "I can guess why you're here." "Oh, really? What's your guess, Langdale?" "The death of Lloyd Perkins." "Oh my God," moans Langdale's companion, a young man with longish blonde hair, rather pale white skin and blue eyes. Even in the dim light of the candles, we can see that his eyes are bloodshot and somewhat swollen. "Well, you're right, Langdale." Of course, Wiggins, and you, my dear boy, are in luck, for this sad creature seated next to me is known as Johnny Apollo, friend and confidant and intimate of the late Lloyd Perkins." All right, well, we found Johnny Apollo. As you can see by his swollen cow eyes, he has not taken the loss of Lloyd lightly, have you, Johnny? Leave me alone, Langdale. Oh, Johnny, Johnny. I come to comfort you in your hour of need, and what do I get? Abuse. My deep-felt sympathy castigated, flung aside like some unwanted baggage. I said leave me alone. I'm not in the mood for your effete sarcasm, Langdale. This spark of anger from Johnny ignites an even larger spark of anger from Langdale. Listen, you Jockam Cully. Langdale's voice goes deeper by 2 octaves as his well-manicured hands grabs Johnny's upper arm with such force that he's almost pulled from his chair. Lloyd has been murdered. We all know that. But I want to find out why, and I'm finished putting up with your affected sorrow. If you want to be in any shape to find another meal ticket, you'll answer some questions. Boy, we've never seen Langdale like this. Langdale pushes Johnny's arm away with such force that he again almost falls from his chair. We can see in Johnny's face both fear and confusion from Langdale's outburst. His large blue eyes dart from Langdale to us and to the wall of bodies which surround our table. No need to even think about leaving, Johnny. Wiggins' hands are even stronger than mine and might even be less discriminating as to where they grab you. Langdale's voice and manner have softened. Now, why was Lloyd murdered? I don't, Johnny. You are reinforcing my opinion of your lack of intelligence. There are many people who would be interested in the story I could tell about a young Liverpool youth by the name of John Chevy. It would definitely be lowering my standards to place this story in the press, but... All right, what do you want to know? Well, Wiggins, what is it you wish to know? Asked Langdale with a satisfied look on his face. Do you know who killed Lloyd? No, and that's the truth. This was addressed directly to Langdale. Lloyd was playing at some type of intrigue. To him, it was something of a joke, some type of game. Some game, it cost him his life. I told him time and time again he was out of his class, but no, he could handle anything. Stop, Johnny, says Langdale. Just tell us what Lloyd told you. Just give us the facts. We can render our own interpretation. To him, it was something of a game. He was playing at some game, some intrigue. Is he playing off? This was the idea that he was the mole, and he might have been playing off Moriarty and the Belfour group. Just tell us what Lloyd told you. For the first time since sitting down, Johnny picks up the glass in front of him. He takes a large sip and sets the glass back down. All I know for a fact is that Lloyd was spying on his boss. He was working for another man and passing him the information. He was in the middle. Wow, Anna called it. What's the name of the person he was giving the information to? I don't know. Lloyd said it was better if I didn't know. I did take messages to him for Lloyd because he and Lloyd were never to be seen together. And where did you take these messages? 51 Bear Street. I would give the message, which was always in code, to the gate guard. That's really all I know. Okay, so if we hadn't found it in our cab logs ourselves, we would have learned about that information from here. But notice something interesting. This is a very interesting design, clever catch. So if we hadn't found it from the bank, from the cab logs, we would have discovered it here. But what do you observe about discovering it here? What's the key piece of discovering it here? What's the catch to discovering it here if you hadn't discovered it in the cab logs? Anna says, wow, Langdale could be mean. Yeah, and we've never seen Langdale like this. But what's the catch? If you hadn't discovered it in the cab logs and you did discover it as a fallback here, what would be the problem? Doesn't say who is who. Yeah, but that's not what I see the problem is. Not problem, but the little cleverness as a puzzle. What else do you notice? What else is pertinent about this location that would greatly affect your ability to use the information that 51 Bear Street is this key location? It's the fact that you can't go to this location until after 6 p.m. You're not allowed to meet this person until the nighttime when they give you this information. So if you hadn't figured it out yourself from the cab rides, as Shay says here, it would be very late to investigate this building. So that's kind of cool. If you had figured this out on your own, then you can go here when we went here early and stake out the house. But if you had to wait till the game told you, it would be too late to get much information from 51 Bear Street. Okay, what kind of information was he getting? I don't know. I just don't know. John, you know more than you're telling us, or you wouldn't be so frightened. All right. He was working for Moriarty. Now all our lives are in danger. That's all I know. As you said, you can make your own inferences. Now I'm going, and don't try to stop me. With this statement, Johnny jumps up, moves into the crowd, and in a second is lost. Quite a show, Wiggins says with a tone of admiration. Well, we all have a little bit of actor in us, Wiggins. We just have to figure out when we are acting and when we are not. That's very... we saw a different side of Langdale today. Okay, well, more confirmation he was working for Moriarty. The game definitely knows it's in its final act today. It's giving us some information that's helping us wrap up the case. And now we got confirmation that Anna was exactly right, that Lloyd Perkins was playing the middleman. But then the question still is, does he get killed by Belfour, or would he get killed by Moriarty? It wouldn't seem like he would get killed by Moriarty, right? He was killed by one of the Belfour group, and he was writing his final message to Moriarty. Interestingly, though, it does not help us figure out the cipher. I wonder if it's time to get some help from Antina on the cipher. Plus 45 minutes. It's now 7:45 p.m. And Tina, this would be thematically a good time to get help from you. I'm just trying to think if there's anyone else that would in-game help us with the cipher. Let's go back to the Moriarty house for our last thing that we can see after 7 p.m. Let's just see. What would be the last thing you see if this was the first time you went there? 280. Okay, here's the last thing you see if you stake out the Moriarty house after 7 p.m. For the 30 minutes we've been keeping watch outside the seemingly impregnable fortress at 51 Bear Street, we have seen no one enter or leave. Only one human guard is visible, but 3 very ferocious-looking dogs are also within sight. An open Victoria cabbage turns into the quiet residential street and stops before the closed gates. The passenger is a young woman, dressed warmly for the brisk autumn day in a sealskin coach. She's apparently a frequent visitor as the guard opens the gate. Is this Alice? She's apparently a frequent visitor. His guard opens the gate and doffs his cap while neither the young woman nor the driver says a word. The guard quickly closes the gate after the carriage has entered. Although we keep watch another hour, neither the carriage nor the young woman reappears. An open Victoria carriage. Wow. A young woman dressed warmly for the brisk autumn day in a sealskin coat. Frequent visitor. Holy cow, who is that? $280. Moriarty. Plus 1.5 hour, which makes it 9 p.m. The game would be officially over soon if you were playing this. If you spent all your time getting these hints. Okay, so let's write down what we hear. Open Victoria carriage. I feel like we've gotten some real carriage descriptions. It makes me want to, okay, it's not going to be Alice. Alice doesn't own her own carriage. Could be, I'm not sure. Sealskin coat, young woman, frequent visitor. Who is this woman? Who is this woman? It's gonna have to be someone rich to have her own carriage, right? Wow, interesting. Maybe the carriage depots will tell us who they sold. It would be. Can you imagine if we go to the carriage depots, the carriage shops, and they have lists of who bought which carriages? How great would that be? A nice list of who bought what carriage. Okay, and Tina says, I don't know about any in-game hint. All right, we've got a couple of people. Let's think about what women we know. We know the madam who, we know Rose, the daughter. She's got money. We know the wife. I don't think she's the young widow, though. But we can visit her again. We could visit the widow. We could visit the daughter again. We could visit Alice again, but I don't think Alice was rich enough to have her own carriage. We can visit Alice. We can visit the stores. We can visit the cabs. She's a frequent visitor, so we should find her in the cab logs, right? But she's not. She's taking a private cab, we think, right? Did you read that correctly, that this was a private cab? Or would it be a public cab log? Maybe it's time to go knock on those doors of Vince and Derek family. See if we can't catch one of them in a sealskin. Would a sealskin coat be findable at a clothing shop? Could we find out who bought a sealskin coat? Like, is that rare enough that a clothing shop, a furrier, or the women's college? Interesting. What if it's a woman at the women's college and we just missed her? Then we've got wives of other people that could be of interest. This does seem like maybe There's also Edna Weidler. Who is she again? Who is Edna Weidler to us? She was the girlfriend of someone. Forget who. John says, have we tried the carriage manufacturer mentioned in the paper? We've got 2 carriage manufacturers. We haven't tried them, and we're hoping that they might have a record of who owns what cabs. So I think that, Jonathan, that does seem like a natural place to go next, especially since they could close. We might want to go there early. Before I do that, let me just look up Furrier's, see if I want to write down any of their addresses. So let's see if there's any in our thing. In Furrier's, 68WC is a Furrier. That's not a... I see, that's the location of the Continental Bank. And then we've got 34 Northwest. 34 Northwest is Clive Dernan, or a Furrier that we haven't been to yet. There's 2 Furriers at 24 Northwest and 34 Northwest. 24 Northwest is Pinkerton. And then 64WC is another Furrier that doesn't have an entry. Okay. So a couple places that are where someone lives that we're going to visit anyway. Okay. Let's go to the cab stores. Try to give some thought about when we want Antina to help us with the cipher. We could do it soon since we're thematically on it, or we could wait till tomorrow to see if we get some hint with it. But I'm not sure there's too much more places that would give us hints about it. I'm not sure we need to know too much about it. Now that we know he's the mole, he was probably passing information about our guy Belfour. But maybe if we know exactly what information he was writing at the end, it would help us. Lord Goodwin, I really want to go there. Worthington Bank. Would the Worthington Bank be open on Saturdays? Let me just check that before they close. 257. All right, so I just knocked on the Worthington Bank's office, or the building. Let's just, since I thought it was just going to say it was closed, let me just show you this that I see as well here. The door to Mr. Knox's private office is closed. 2 massive men sitting on either side of the door definitely do not look like bank clerks. Mr. Knox is in a very important meeting and can't be disturbed. What's your name? My name's Wiggins. When do you expect the meeting to be finished? The man who's been doing the talking runs his finger down a very short list of names before answering. I don't see your name on the list, mate. Mr. Knox will be busy all day. All right, we've heard that reply before from a different one of our Belfour people. They're basically in lockdown. They are in lockdown. The Belfour group is in lockdown. This is like when in The Godfather, when they go to the mattresses. They've all gone in lockdown because Moriarty's killing them off and there's so many murders going around. The 2 gangs are at war and they're in lockdown. Okay, and Anna says thematically now is a good time. I think I'm ready. In some of these games, I want to work on the puzzle for a long period of time, want to work on the cipher and don't want it spoiled. This game feels a little different. This feels like we've had so much to do and it's been such a team effort that I am completely willing for Antina to give us some big hints or solution about the cipher. And we've just finished the last Moriarty thing. It's 9 p.m. It's 9:15. Is Antina in the channel? And is Antina ready to help us? And before Antina does help us, assuming Antina is there, Let me go up here. This might be a nice time. I wonder if, like, on a TV show or something, it might be appropriate for, like, us to occasionally get some information, hear a little bit about the people in this channel who are helping. And Antina is a mystery person because that name, Antina has been in the channel for quite a while, been playing games with us for a while. And the name rolls off my tongue much easier now, but it's a weird nickname or name. So if Antina is there, I'd love to hear about what is the name Antina? Is that your real first name or is that a nickname? Where are you from? What's your background? What's your origin? And then tell us how to decipher this message from Perkins. And now we wait. Hopefully I haven't scared Antina off. Guess I could go to the full view. Let's see if any of my guesses are correct. Is this saying who it's to? Is this going to say Moriarty now? Moriarty is an 8-letter word. That would be, if I had to guess, this prefix that we see is common, 1412, which makes me think that this next letters would be the 8 letters of the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This could be 2 backwards, would be a Y. Is 7 backwards a T? But then 9 would be an M. TUVWXYZ. That is 7 backwards. Is R9 backwards? RSTUVWXYZ. No. Moriarty R QRSTUVWXYZ. That's 8 letters back. And that would be an A. A is not 6 letters back. It's not 6 letters forward. Boy, that seemed close. Although, where is M? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. 13. And Tina says, one hint, no newspaper is needed. Very close, well done. Okay, so and Tina says, I'm very close. So if this is, now that we know he's relating to Moriarty, it would make sense that this would be Moriarty. So 2 back, X, Y, Z. So I see we're going Y, Z becomes 2. So T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 6 plus 1 is 7. And then R goes QR, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 8 minus 1, or 8 plus 1 gives us R. Okay. But then, how do we get an A from this 6? Is it this keyword telling us add 2, add 1, add 4, add 1, something like that? Or the starting number? Is that what this first prefix is? How do we turn an A into a 6? Is it like this? The 26 becomes the A. 26 back is an A. And then 8 back, I see, then we have an I here. That's what it is. Some of these are double digited. Okay, so then our I is going to be 18 back, isn't it? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. 9 minus 26, that's our I. And then that's an R, which is our 9 back. And then we've got an O, which is going to be 12 back, and our M, which is going to be 14 back. Yeah? Sounds like we figured it out. So basically, that's why so many of this is the mystery of why so many of the number codes start with ones. Because when it's a 1, it's a double digit. And the 2s are double digits as well. Most of them, probably. All right, well, now we have to decode it, but we could use a reverse. So all we need to know is reverse thing. Now, what's this EJ? I don't know what this is. Let me pause for a second. Okay, so let me leave this on the screen for a bit for people to look at. Let me take this off. Let me see what I have here. Let's see. Okay. So we could put this into a program, perhaps, that would do it. Let me just see what I have here. So I recently printed out some code help things, frequent letters in the alphabet. There was our pig pen cipher. Okay, and then just some worksheets. So unfortunately, I don't have a reverse one, but we can use this to write it out. Okay, so we've got 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. If someone has an online thing to figure out, I'd be happy to use it as our automated translator. If someone can find a website. Okay, so before we translate it, and as we're waiting for anyone else who can look it up, let's start with here. I think it's useful to take a moment to recognize, first of all, amazing work, Antina. Amazing work. I think it is worth taking a moment to see some of the things, some of the observations we met and how consistent they were. So one of the observations was, this could very well be someone's name, like you're starting a message to them. And you can see in my notes, I said, oh, it could be Mr. Holmes, it could be Wiggins, it could be Luella, and it could be Moriarty. So I had thought about that. And I thought there are 8 letters, so maybe the first bit was a prefix for here. And I believe we found that there are, let's see, is there 2 times he writes that name? No. Okay. And then we noted how so many of the code words started with a 1 and a 2 and how strange that was. But now it makes sense that there's some double digits and single digits, but that is what threw us on the biggest hurdle we had, was that he was using, it was sometimes even number of numbers and even number of digits and sometimes odd, and that really threw me. But that's apparently one of the tricks here, that some of these numbers are single digit lineups and some are two. If they start with 1, 4, 1, 2, you just have to figure that out. So what do we have here? So we think this is M O R I A R T Y. Or what did I do wrong here? Yeah, R is 9. So the trick is knowing when you're at a single digit and when you're at a double digit. So if you see a 1, it could be a Z, or a 2, it could be a Y, but probably not. So the trick is to know where the letter boundaries are. We did observe that these are probably letters. Each code is probably a word with a certain number of letters. Yeah, so it is a little bit trouble. There might be a website that can do it. All right, but 2526 is probably B A. 15 is probably L. This is going to be Balfour. F-O-U. Balfour, and then 8 is Balfour's. Okay. Balfour's. We can use a little bit of guessing as we go. We can probably make some educated guesses. Okay. M O N. It's going to be an E, right? Money. There's a single digit. Okay. So 7 is going to be a single character. And that's RT. And 9 is going to be single money, TR. And then probably going to get a 12 here. TRO. 6 is single digit, obviously. TROU. Troubles. Balfour's money troubles. ARE. We're going to go faster as we get into this. Balfour's money troubles are BECOMING Let's just jump ahead and guess that it's becoming. 14 is M. 12 is O. R. Are becoming more. Can you guys read this? I'm trying to get a little bit closer. If I had known, I probably should have made a copy of this bigger so I'd have more room in between. I guess it's not that important. More, this is probably going to be pronounced PR. I don't know what color is best for me to do this. PR E PR 9 is R, right? PRE SS pressing. Balfour's money troubles are becoming more pressing. End of sentence. We also guessed that the asterisks were probably end of sentence markers. All of our guesses turned out to be solid. It just took Antina to encourage us, that put the pressure to figuring it out. Kind of funny how that works. Well, I'll tell you what, it's not all that funny. One of the biggest obstacles to solving things like this is not being sure if you have all the information to solve it. Not being sure if there's a clue that you're waiting for to solve it. So a huge part of what Antina gifted us is by saying that Antina did solve it. By knowing that it was solvable with what we had, and knowing that they were writing to Moriarty, And Tina solved it before we knew they were writing to Moriarty. That was the piece that I needed to unlock the puzzle. And Tina solved it without it. Okay, and Tina, while I'm doing this, you can tell us a little bit about yourself. If you want. If not, that's okay. 6 is 4, so 14, and then we've got U, and then C, and then this is going to be H, no doubt. Are becoming more pressing, period. Much O and 21, much of. So every time we see the 221 is of. That's of. Much of T H, much of the. Now this was written in a different pen. I'm not sure why. Maybe we'll see why now. Maybe it's just random. 25 is B. 9 is R. That's our E. As we translate this, we'll get faster at it. 4 is W. E. R. That's our that's brewery. Much of the brewery. This is interesting. S. T. 12 is O. 24 is C. Stock. This is going to be K. 16, stock. Much of the brewery stock. P. U. R. It's going to be C. Purchase. There's our A. S. A. S. E. Much of the brewery stock purchases of L. A. Much of the brewery stock purchases of last M. O. N. T. H of last month. A. R. E. R. N. O. T. Now. Sorry. Much of the brewery stock purchases of last month are now D. U. Are now due. A. At. L. E. A. At least. We don't know what this is. Do you know what EJJJ is? Did you figure that out? We don't know. We'll come back to that. Maybe it's easier to read the red. I'll bring this a little closer. Okay. P. O. U. N. 23. At least I see this is Roman numeral amount of money. Good. Anna says 5,000. At least 5,000 pounds. I like it. Okay. 252 is either 25.2, so either B, Y, due by, at least 5,000 pounds due by N, E, This is going to be XT by next. This is going to be week by next week. 5,000 pounds or 50,000 pounds? 1, 2, 3, 50,000. Not 5,000, 50,000. Okay, good, good, good. Okay. 50,000 pounds due by next week. All right. Okay, if 21 is F, if FA, that can't be right. So what is it instead? This could be 2, 12, 6, which would be Y, O, U. If U, okay, S, E, 15, 15 is LL. If you sell S, O, it's going to be ME. If you sell some of, this could be F, A, R. If you sell some of FAR, probably not. Okay. Could it be Y, O, U, R? If you sell some of your H, O, L, it's going to be holdings. I, N, G, S. If you sell some of your holdings, can you guys still see all this okay? I know it's not the best. T, H, U, thus. Sell some of your holdings thus, or could it be, have I mistranslated? T, H, or it could be T. Yeah, it's got to be an H. You sell some of your holdings thus. Okay. K, E, E, P, I, N, G. Thus keeping T, H, keeping the, he's talking about keeping the prices low. M, A, R, it's going to be K, keeping the market D, E, P, depreciated. No, depressed. Keeping the market depressed. Okay. T, H, I, this. New sentence. So he needs at least 50,000 pounds by next week. If you sell some of your holdings, thus keeping the market depressed, this S, H, this is going to be should, S, H, O, U, L, D. This should, C, this is going to be cause. This should cause H, I, M, E, this might be enough. What's 5? Should cause E, V, E, even G, R, E, A, T, greater P, what is that, a 9? P, R, O, 25 would be prob A, I think I'm translating this one wrong. Let's see, what is this word here? Anyone in the chat has any ideas? Let's see. So this could start with an A. This could be A, H, A, B, greater. That doesn't seem right. This is a tricky one. 11 is B. Then it would have to be a 9. That would be R. 12 would be O, B. So it was what we thought, even greater problems. New sentence. J, A, possibly J, A. Otherwise it would be Z. Yeah, J, A, okay. 14 probably M. And then 12 would be O. Jamo, that doesn't sound right. Oh, sorry, I did it wrong. 14 is M. 18 is I. 8 is S. Then 12 is O. Then 13 would be M. And then 8 would be S. Jameson's. Okay, I don't know if this is the right translation, Jameson's. If that's a new sentence start, but let's keep translating and we'll come back and we'll fix that maybe. If we need to. 26 is A. 9 is R. T. 18 is I. There's a bunch of things that could get translated in two ways here. Oh, Jameson's article. They're talking about a writer. Jameson's articles. A-R-E. R. 8 is S. 7 is T. 26 is A. It's going to be starting. Jameson's articles are starting to H, A, is going to be V, are starting to have T, H, V, 18 is going to be S, surely, or I, oh, there. Jameson's articles are starting to have their, this is going to be desired, R, E, D, their desired E, F, F, E, C, T. Jameson's articles are starting to have their desired effect. New sentence. I, H, O. 8 has to be I. No, sorry, 8 is an H, an S. I, S, H, O, U. U is 6. 15 is 15 is not L. Yes, 15 is L. 23. I should be A, B, L. And then he's killed. He's killed here in mid-sentence. All right. Let's read this message and then I'll catch up in the chat. And then we'll take a break. It says, Moriarty, Belfour's money troubles are becoming more pressing. Much of the brewery stock purchases of last month are now due. At least £50,000 by next week. If you sell some of your holdings, thus keeping the market depressed, this should cause him even greater problems. Jameson's articles are starting to have their desired effect. I should be able, then bang, right in the back of the head, he got it. Sounds like, so in the chat, it sounds like Jameson is onto it. And we're a little bit delayed in the chat. Let's see if I can cause it to refresh. We're missing our last message. Sounds like I might have gone disconnected briefly. I'm not sure. Can the chat let me know if I'm still here and live? Okay, so catching up on the chat though, some got scrolled up. So people guessed Antina's background. I missed a little bit. I thought Anna was a teacher before she told us, because apart from her vast knowledge, I thought she must be on winter break if she can make it all these mornings. Very good detective work. So someone guessed Antina's background was Greek. I missed some of it, I think. I'll have to scroll up. And it says, back to Antina. So you say we can figure out stuff about you as well, but is it night for you now or morning? Is your name Greek? Antina says, no winter break. I'm going to lose my job. And Antina says, your detective skills are unmatched. To Anna, Constina, and Antina says, wow. Okay. All right, so you guys are finished out your own mystery. We decrypted the cipher with a little bit of help from Antina, but mostly knowing that it was Moriarty and knowing that we had enough. Okay, so how satisfying was that, at least for me, that we actually figured this out? Pretty satisfying. That was a little tricky. That's a little tricky just because, like, it's ambiguous how to decode it. You just have to use a little bit of constraints of knowing English. But I did enjoy how much of the basics of it we were able to surmise from the statistics, that it was to someone's name. If I was writing this game, I probably would have given a few more hints that you had enough information to solve it. So it sounds like Jameson is in on this. Like, they're planting articles with him. I wonder if we couldn't now go talk to him and say, hey, fess up. You are involved in this. So, but this basically confirms our theories that Moriarty is trying to sink Belfour, and here's one other way he's doing it. By depressing the value of the brewery stocks. I guess this helps us a little bit understand the alliances, the allegiances, because we sort of put the brewery and Moriarty as the same entity, but they're clearly not, because Moriarty has ownership in the stocks, in the brewery stocks, but he's clearly not fully aligned with them because he's willing to kill the share prices to squeeze Belfour more. Anna says, Jonathan says, Jameson had an informant about Belfour. Looks like they leaked it to him. We should track him down. Yeah. I'm glad I got to use my little crypto cipher worksheets here in this thing I prepared. All right, let's take our next break. Let's decide if we want to stop here. Would this be a good place to stop 5 hours in? Maybe we don't need to take a break. It's 4 a.m. Now, typically we would go for another 2 hours, but the channel expressed some desire to have these shorter sessions. This would be as good a time to stop as any if we want to have a shorter session. On the other hand, we've got lots more to do, and we could go another 2 hours. What does the channel think? Is this a good place? Do you guys want to stop here? Jonathan says it's neutral. It's up to everyone else. We could stop here. We could go for another hour. We could go for another 2 hours. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we take an 8-minute break? You guys can think about it rather than just wait here for a reply. This gives you some time to think about whether you want to stop. I'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll either come back and end, or we'll come back and continue. How many coup points are left? A lot. How many coup points are left? A lot. So yeah, if we want to finish in the next couple days, we shouldn't have any early nights. Let me just point out, it looks like half the coup points at QP are unfinished. More than half we've still got left to do in Northwest. More than half in Southeast. More than half in West Central. We've got a lot more to do. We've barely scratched the surface. If there are a lot, we should continue. Okay. All right. Well, you heard it. Jonathan's willing to continue. Anna says, I don't have unlimited days. We better have full days. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back and we will continue. Okay, we're back. 5 hours in. We had a huge breakthrough here. With some help from Antina, we've solved the cipher. We now know Anna's theory was confirmed that Lloyd Picker was a mole for Moriarty, and his note was helping Moriarty figure out how to sink Belfour financially, and was killed in the middle of writing this note, which was pretty cool. The other thing this helped us understand is Moriarty seems like he's okay with sinking brewery stocks, which might mean the brewery people are not happy with him. We can see they're meeting with him. They're showing up at the Moriarty house occasionally, but they may be having some disagreements with him. And actually, this confirms what we saw before when we saw the thugs at the brewery. That seems like they might be Moriarty's thugs, sort of pushing around the brewery people. So Moriarty's sort of moving his weight around, pressuring the brewery people to do what he wants. That's interesting. Okay. Where should we go next? Just crossing off places that we know don't change or that we've been. We still have a lot of places to go. Do you think, and Tina says, is anyone else from Greece watching? I don't know. There are some stats on the YouTube channel, but I can't make any sense of them. Should we... I think maybe we should divert ourselves a little bit to, well, no, let's not do that. It's not time for fun and games. It's too late at the night to catch anything that's time sensitive, but we need to find Kearney. What about... Let's talk to his wife. Let's see if she's heard from him. And also, let's keep an eye open if she has a sealskin jacket. Okay. And I'd love to hear from anyone else what priorities you have of where you think we should go. Anything that could be time sensitive, who we really want to talk to. We want to find Kearney. That should be our number one goal at this point, is finding Kearney. Jameson could be our guy, but who does Jameson work for? Jameson is the original author from the Pall Mall Gazette. Is this helping explain why these were planted? Because someone's planting these stories that are lies about Belfour, and Belfour's denying it. Maybe our guy Kearney is onto Jameson. If we go to the Pall Mall Gazette or Jameson's house, can we talk to them? Did this come up? Let's look for Jameson's home address and the Pall Mall Gazette. Jameson, Frank, and Martha are at 39 East C. Let's see if that's the same address as the Pall Mall, or if that's his home address. Is that his first name, Frank? No, Christopher Jameson. So unless he lives with his parents, we're not going to find Frank and Martha, but we'll just write it down in case. And now let's look up Pall Mall Gazette. I can't remember if we have an informant at the Pall Mall Gazette. Oh my God, it's the Pall Mall Gazette. Wait a second. Wait, stop. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. There are a lot of cab rides down to the Pall Mall area. There are a bunch of cab rides down to the Pall Mall area, which is where the Diogenes Club was, Carlton Club, the Baldwin Card Club, and I always worried that it was all Diogenes Club related. I wonder if the Pall Mall Gazette isn't going to be in one of these buildings, and that's where the travel is. Where is the Pall Mall Gazette? Are we going to find that that's where the cabs were going? The Pall Mall Gazette is 90 Southwest. It's not quite in our area, actually. I thought I was being so clever. Pall Mall Gazette, 90 Southwest. Okay, where's 90 Southwest? There's 89. There's 90. Looks like we've already been there to speak to him. Let's see if there's a new entry for him. Looks like there's no new entry for him. It's just the old entry. Let's just take a look at it. Then I'll catch back up with the chat. So it's the same entry we read before. Christopher Jameson. He's in his mid-30s, quite nattily dressed, neatly trimmed beard. He brings it out. He says, "Can you substantiate your claims that Belfour against Belfour?" He says, "Well, it's hard to prove. But you can be sure that I wouldn't write about it if it wasn't true." Now we have our doubts. He's involved in numerous companies, still trying to find the proof to support my theories. I'm convinced there's fraud and dishonesty, if not worse. Cannot say more at this time. I predict in the forthcoming week I will not be the only reporter with information on this subject. Well, I mean, we are convinced that Belfour is up to no good. That didn't help us, though. All right, let me catch up with the chat here. Is there a clue for Milbank? I'm pretty sure there is. And there was someone we wanted to talk to there, possibly. 23 Southwest. So yeah, we haven't been there yet. We were told that the guy, one of the Porky tells us or something, that one of the people that might have done the robbery could be at Milbank, Kenny Woods. So we could definitely go there. Yes, that's the one they think could have done the robbery, but we don't think he did. In fact, we know it's an inside job now. Okay. Jonathan says, I think it might be a stretch. We could try Clement Scott, since it looked like Alice had visited that area. She doesn't seem to know where Kearney is. And it will be Kearney, the other reporter. I'm not sure I understand that. But yes, everyone... I'm agreeing with everyone, but Milbank is not going to be a likely lead for us. It doesn't mean, though, that we won't go there. It's just not of our... They're not going anywhere, the jails, so we can go there at night. What about any other place that we want to go to before it's too late? There are people that we should talk to. Let me just make sure no one's at Jameson's home. No, you can't go to Jameson's home. Okay. You could visit Langdale Pike. He's probably just going to point us to that person we just met him at. Sir Vincent Needham. I've caught him doing some cab rides that seem suspicious. I think it might be good to visit him or some of these people. Where did Jonathan want to go? We could visit Porky. We haven't visited him again. Jonathan, where was the place you said you wanted to go? Let me see here. Clement Scott. There was a reason I wanted to visit Clement Scott. Where was it? Because he was tied into a cab ride of Alice or something, right? Clement Scott, since we looked like Alice went there. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Let's try to find out if Alice is up to no good. Let's see, where is it? Clement Scott, is that where Alice went? Well, let's go visit him in Queen's Park, 41. 34 QP, Clement Scott, number 41. I think there are a bunch of these that are likely to be of no value. He was in the opposite cricket club. He's at the cricket field in Queen's Park, it says. Okay, so we went to the cricket field uptown in Queen's Park. And everyone, look at these entries here. All of these people on the QP players team, they're all at the park. They're all at 41. So actually, most of these QP people we can't visit. We could visit them at the Queen's Park field. There's the Wormwood cricket field we could go to again. There's the North cricket field. All right, so we went there and we talked to them. So that's it. All of the Queen's Park people are out of the picture. But I guess since we're at Queen's Park, let's take care of some Queen's Park entries. There are some interesting ones here that we're curious about. Okay, remember the clue. The escape poem told him where donkeys bray. So I am very curious to check out these places on Braybrook Street. Come on, why is the cubes doesn't like it there? Okay, so there's some Braybrook places. Braybrook Street has 98 and 96, which are both locations on our thing. But we don't know why we would go there. But I think we're going to find Toby and his dog handler in one of these places. If I had to guess, Arnold Watson, but it could be Stanley Pinkhurst. So let's go to these two places, knock on some doors, and say we're here about the Peter Northrop escape. Okay, 96 QP, which is 160. Let's see if we can find Toby the dog. Let's not forget the cab records we could see. All right, here we go. We make our way from the rail tracks through the backyard of the house shown on the map old Sherman had given us. In the backyard, we find a heavy-set woman in her mid-30s bent over a large washtub. At her feet are 2 children and a puppy. "May we have a word with you?" asks Wiggins as we close the back gate. "Aw, gaw, you ain't all gonna be tripping through here again, are ya? We just want to ask you a couple questions about last Sunday. Do you remember that day?" "Do I remember the day I lost me husband's uniform, the day that crazy old man came running through the yard with his crazy dog, ugliest dog I ever seen, by the way." "Did you see an escaped convict?" "Yeah, she lost her husband's uniform. I think he's taken it." And she's talking about the crazy dog. "Did you see an escaped convict?" "No, but I found a prison uniform. Must have been him what took me man's uniform. He was fit to be tied, I tell ya. Cost a quid to replace it." Now I have to wash this one uniform every day. Don't need no more people running through my yard. The puppy tires of having its tail pulled by his young playmates and turns its attention to Wiggins' pant leg. This speeds Wiggins to lead us away through the front yard. Thank you for your help, shouts Wiggins over the puppy's yelping. The woman's gone back to her wash tub and pays us no more attention. Okay, so what does her husband do that the convict stole her uniform? Maybe it doesn't matter. He's probably a railway worker, right? Rail tracks. Okay. So she's not the home of Toby, but he did run through here. This was 96. Now we're going to get to Braybrook Street. This is where I think he eventually ended up. All right. So Braybrook Street is 98 QP, clue 230. Okay, here's where I think he escaped and maybe where Toby is. I'm not sure. This looks like the spot where Toby lost the trail, says Wiggins as he looks in his notebook. Looking for something, young fellow? We turn and see an old man sitting on a small porch of the house on the corner where we're standing. Looks like you lost. No, says Wiggins, you wouldn't by any chance have been sitting on your porch Sunday, would you? Sure was, sitting on my porch every day. Notice anything unusual? Sure did. A black brougham sat in front of the house for hours. Didn't see broughams up here too often. Just sat there while the driver read the paper. Then this railway conductor comes running up and jumps right in. Didn't say a word to the driver, but he puts down the paper and drives away at a godly clip. That's unusual, ain't it? Sure seems so. Anything else? Yeah, an hour later, this old man is being pulled down the street by a dog. Dog gets to the spot where you're standing and stops dead. Old man almost tripped over him. Dog sniffs around for a while, then sits and sends up a bloody howling. Old man bends down, starts to talk to the dog. People are sure silly talking to dogs yet. Dumb beast dogs don't like 'em. Smelly animals slobber all over the place. Anything else, sir? Any idea where the brougham came from? No, it was a fancy one, though. Yellow and red pinstriping on the wheels and the door. 2 matched black horses. Smelly animals they are. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so here we have our yellow and red pinstriping, which we're hoping to get more clarification from at the wagon store, but that's our Moriarty van. Okay, so it sounds like we got this fun description of how Toby indicates when he's lost the trail of someone. He sits down and howls. After the owner talks to him. Sends up a bloody howling. But I don't know if we're actually going to be able to meet Toby. Okay, this is our black and yellow and red pinstriping. Pinstriping. And it's another brougham. Black brougham. All right, maybe we go to the wagon store now. Is there anywhere else to find Toby, though? Unless Toby's at 81, 72, or 71. 69, Queen's Prison. We do have a weird one at 81, but that's not where, sorry. We have an unknown place at 81 that's not on the legend, that is a clue point. But I feel like that's got to be a trick. Toby couldn't have come from there. He would have had to come from somewhere here, don't you think? I'm just not sure where. 68, we don't have a clue point. It could have come from the Greyhound racetrack. Let's just see if Toby lives there for fun. Before we leave Queen's Park, let's see if Toby works at the Greyhound racetrack. 93. So it's about 10 p.m. The official game would have been over now. But not for us because we work overtime. 69 QP Greyhound racetrack. 93. Let's see what's here. These would have been all places that a lot of groups could have gone to right on the first start. 93 we already went to. Oh, sorry, that's 95. 93, sorry. Okay, 93 at the Greyhound racetrack. Let's see what we got here. We approach the elderly man at the gate and show him the scraps of paper which Quentin has identified as betting stubs. So we're trying to see if these are Greyhound betting stubs. Can you tell us what these are? Asked Wiggins. So we're showing him these to see if there may be horse-dog betting slips. Let's see what he says. Can you tell us what these are? Aye, they're betting slips. If I be right, they be from Timmy the Tout. That's his stand over there with the yellow umbrella. We thank him and stroll the few yards to the umbrella indicated. Timmy, are these yours by any chance? Where'd you get those slips? From Franklin Kearney. Do you know him? Sure. Why didn't you say you're friends of Frank's? We've been trying to find him. Have you seen him lately? It's been a week or more. Does he bet on the dogs often? More than some, less than others, but he does right enough. He had a long shot come in a couple months back. He told me it was his honeymoon money. Couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. Interesting. So we figured out what these are from. They're from the dog racing that he must have bet. I wonder if he lost all his money and it's just a coincidence that he's disappeared. That's weird. WC14, WC4, weird, right? So betting slips are dog from, what's this guy's name? Timmy the Trout. Weird, huh? Anna is saying he bought the ticket on the cruise with his winnings, his honeymoon money, a couple months back. Well, we're told he was a bettor, so it's not so surprising. It's just weird because it doesn't seem to provide us with any information, right? We still haven't been to Aberdeen. Maybe it's time to go to Aberdeen while we're following up these loose ends about Kearney. Are you ready to go to Aberdeen and follow up? Okay, before we go to Aberdeen, while we're still in Queen's Park, let's go to the Sporting Gazette where he worked and see if his boss has heard from him. I'm not sure if this is a new entry. Let me just see. Oh, it is a new entry. So here's where he worked, at the Sporting Gazette. He says, look at the letter which arrived this morning. It's Kearney's writing all right, but I don't believe a word of it. With this greeting, Henry Ledgard welcomes us to his office. Wiggins takes the letter from the editor's beefy hand. Mr. Holmes received a letter also. It's almost identical to this one. What does he make of it? Certainly looks as though someone's holding Kearney, but why? There's been no ransom demand, although I dare say anyone who's gone to all this trouble knows that there's no one to pay much in the way of ransom. Quite a puzzle. I hope we have the answer and an unharmed Frank Kearney soon. Us too. This does not help us find him. So everyone who's gotten the letter thinks Kearney is being forced to write it and he's in trouble. Is it possible that he's just... We know that Jameson was forced to write, or is writing articles for Moriarty. Is it possible that Kearney was certainly just threatened to write articles and has just gone on the lam? That's just a weird situation. All right, Sporting Gazette. 42 QP doesn't give us much help. But he knows Kearney and he thinks that's not a real letter. Okay. Let's talk to the girlfriend and see if she's wearing a sealskin outfit. I don't think the girlfriend's involved in this, do you? Surely not. Alice Gardner, 3 Northwest. We're knocking on her door at like 10:30 p.m. Let's see if she likes that. See if we catch her up to something. Or maybe she's hanging out having a party with Kearney there. Okay, so she hasn't changed anything. She's just said, have you found him? I think something's wrong with him. Someone must have forced him. So we already did that one. That's unfortunate. Let's go to Clive Dornan, who shares an address with a furrier. Clive Dornan is one of our bad group here that works for Balfour. 34 Northwest. Clive Dornan. Goes to 200. I feel like I've been forgetting to put little markers on places. So we went to the Greyhound place. We went to the old man who saw the dog. We went to the old lady who had her uniform stolen. Keep your eye open for rail conductors. Wasn't 97, by the way. It was 96. We haven't been to this No, you can't go. Can you go there? No, you can't go to the institution. All right, so we were going to Clive Dornan, who's one of our Morley Barn people. You guys think where you want to go. As we approached the door to the house on Cavendish Square, 2 large men who had apparently been sitting on the porch stand up and block the door. This is our thing again, where they've all gone to the mattresses, where he's going to say, let me check your name. Wiggins, never one to be intimidated, boldly says, is Mr. Dornan in? We'd like to speak with him. What's your name? My name's Wiggins. We work for Sherlock Holmes. Sorry, mates, your name's not on the list we have, and only the people on this list can go in. You can leave your card if you want. You understand? Now get moving. As we start back down the walk, one of the men calls after us. Oh, say, he said we should apologize for any inconvenience. Okay, so again, this is our confirming our theory that the Balfour group is gone to the mattresses lockdown. They're afraid of being killed by Moriarty. That's all fine and well, but it doesn't help us find Kearney. Okay, 68 is Pinkerton, which I don't believe has changed. No, so we can get rid of that one. Fred Porlock hasn't changed. We can get rid of that one. Sir Miller Brandon. I think, well, now, yeah, we don't know who killed. We still do not know who killed Lloyd, right? But it would make more sense. It's either Moriarty getting rid of loose ends, But that doesn't make sense. He's still getting information. So probably Belfour. So we still think Lloyd was killed by Belfour. Maybe Sir Miller Brandon. I don't think 46 has changed, though. Let me just look. Sir Miller is at his Queen's Park office. Yeah, so we can't do that. And it looks like most of these places haven't changed. So we can't visit them. We can't find Sir Miller Brandon. That's troubling. That's very troubling to me. And we still don't know about Vincent Derrick. And it says, my theory, Kearney figured out Belfour's case is connected to Moriarty. That's when he went into hiding. He must know how dangerous he is, and he's just hiding. And he's afraid to tell anyone, his girlfriend or his boss, because then Moriarty would get to them. It's certainly feasible. It's completely feasible, though it seems like you might expect to be able to find him, though. Or some clues of him. And why wouldn't he say I'm in hiding? Why wouldn't he write and say, hey, I'm in hiding. Don't try to find me. You don't know where I am. Wouldn't that be the smarter thing to do? All right, let's go to the wagon shops. Let's go to the wagon shops. I'm very interested in seeing what the wagon shops say. We've got 2, and we've also got our cab rides. Maybe we'll save that for tomorrow. We can go to Millbank Prison too. Pickering, we've got a bunch of stuff for Pickering. We've got Lord Sipton. I want to visit him. But I think I want to visit the wagon shops now. We've got 2 wagon shops. Where are they? They're in the paper. They're both near each other. One is 76 Northwest, and the other one was 79 Northwest. 76 and 79. Okay, here we go. I'm excited about these. Let's start out with the first one at 101. 76 Northwest, 101. Let's see what we got here. Well, there is an entry here. We can gladly supply photographs and drawings of various designs, and we can also design to your specifications. Whitlock's carriages are made of the finest materials and by England's finest craftsmen. Actually, we're trying to discover the owner of a brougham with red and yellow pinstriping, and appears to be very well maintained. I'm sure there are many that fit this description, but could you by any chance help us? 1 horse or 2? 2 black, I think. A matched pair. That sounds like the double brougham we sold to a James Moriarty last year. Professor James Moriarty, that is. I thought it most curious and quite humorous, actually, but a few weeks after we sold him a brougham, another gentleman, calling himself James Moriarty, Colonel James Moriarty, came to us and purchased a carriage. I mentioned the coincidence, and he told me that he and the professor are brothers. Rather confusing, I should think. We leave the gentleman chuckling to himself. What on earth? What's this all about? And Professor. So the Professor Moriarty gave his real name and bought the double brougham. With yellow and red. So we've got more confirmation that he owns that. But now what's going on with this Colonel James Moriarty? We didn't bother ever looking up Moriarty in the directory. Surely he's not in there. He doesn't seem to be hiding much, though. Yeah, there's no Moriarty. What do you make of this Colonel brother? Any thoughts on this? Let's go to the other cab place and see what that says. That's plus 20 minutes. We enter the coach builder's shop where numerous craftsmen are busy at their various jobs, wheelwrights, body makers, and couriers, among others who are conscientiously working in their separate areas. In the center of the spacious shop stands a brougham which appears complete except for its paint, varnish, and finishing touches. 5 large workmen are piled in and upon the carriage. They're jumping up and down and swaying the carriage from side to side. I gather from your amazed stares you've never seen this most crucial stage of carriage testing, says a broadly grinning young man with an extended hand. My name's Wilson Offord. Can I help you? What are they doing? Well, they're testing the chassis, of course. If it stands up to that load, it should be quite adequate for normal use. I realize I may be presuming, but you don't look as if you've come to see about having a carriage built. We don't have the money for it. Is there something else I can do for you? Well, we were admiring Mr. Jabez Balfour's brougham recently and wondered who might be the manufacturer. Well, I can't say, but I suggest you check with a job master such as Boozy's. I understand that Mr. Balfour does not now keep his own coach. It can be quite expensive, as I'm sure you're aware. Presumably, Mr. Balfour concluded that the job master was a more expedient course. Job master? What's that about? I guess that's like a leasing company. Would you by any chance know who might be the owner of a black brougham with yellow and red pinstriping? Sorry, but there must be dozens, perhaps hundreds. However, if you have any questions about carriage making, I'd be happy to answer them. Wiggins, always ready with a question, when given the opportunity, asked the young Mr. Offord, what are all those different woods used for? Oh, an excellent question indicating an observant eye. Different timbers are best for different things. For instance, this is English ash, he says, pointing to one pile. It's tough, light, and easily bent. We use it for the framework. That mahogany is from Honduras and will become panels. We use American ash for the floorboards, Jamaican lancewood for the shafts, Canadian hickory for the wheels, and English oak for the spokes. If you'd like a complete tour sometime, just let me know. I grew up in this shop and still find it fascinating. That's kind of nice, huh? We got a little lesson on woods and wagon building. And he's pointed us to Boozy's job master. All right, let's just take a look at what that might be about. What is Boozy's job master? Boozy and Company, 4WC, right next to the carriage stables. All right, well, that's one of our unknown places, so that's always nice. Let's see what that's about. $44. We spy the mews off Sidmouth Street, which are crowded with carts, coaches, and horses of all descriptions, and a number of coachmen and blacksmiths as well. We find the main doorway to Boozy and Company Job Masters on Gray's Inn Road and enter there. Yes, sir. How can I help you? Would a cart or a Victoria be your pleasure for today? We can offer superb bargains, I assure you. Actually, today we're more interested in information than in a carriage, says Wiggins with the mildest hint of deferential apology. Does Mr. Jabez Balfour happen to hire a conveyance from you? Who's asking? Friends of Sherlock Holmes, in the strictest confidence, of course. In confidence, you say, so be it. We do supply his household. He has one of our best broughams and everything from harness to forage to coachman. But I do say this in the strictest confidence. He owes us over 100 guineas. We may recall our carriage if we cannot get payment soon. Don't worry, mum's the word. Are you sure that I can't interest you in a carriage for the afternoon? Today we have a French-shaped Victoria with rubber tires. Coachman in breeches and boots, a horse worth £50 in the trade, brass-mounted harness and rosebuds in the bridle for only 10 shillings and 6 for 2 hours. Of course, I could supply an equipage, not quite so smart, for 7 shillings and 6, and that I still guarantee that it will excite the admiration and envy of the crowd. Not today, but we'll keep it in mind. Thank you. Good day. Okay, so nothing and no sign of the lady, although it sounds like she might have rented a cab. Job master. I don't remember ever encountering such a person before. Like a leasing agent. There's no heading for those people, are there? No. I was thinking maybe the lady rented one from someone else, but I don't know how else to find it. All right, and I haven't been marking places, but that's maybe okay. I'll do that later, perhaps. Okay, well, where would you like to go next? We haven't had much of a breakthrough yet. Where's our list of places? I think we'll save the carriage depot for tomorrow. The carriage. How about David Sadler, one of the Marleybone people, Balfour's buyer, that we should have gone to see a long time ago? He hasn't changed. 156. We've already read that one. He doesn't give us much information, or we don't find him. He's at work. Okay. Whole bunch of places at WC that we don't know about what they are. That's troublesome. You want to visit the widow and her doctor friend at his house, and maybe the madam who talked to the dead, Vincent Derrick. We care about Vincent Derrick. Should we visit him? John said, did we try Daniel Oliver's? Otherwise, it sounds like we should go to the madam. Okay, let me just check if we've already been to Daniel Oliver. Daniel Oliver was the broker. We also haven't visited Porky today. Daniel Oliver is 145. Let me see if we've got a new entry for him. Okay, 145 Daniel Oliver. We've already been to that one. Okay, let's go to the Madame Boucher, who claims to have spoken to the dead, that the daughter Rose went to. Maybe the madam will tell us some inside information, like the daughter seemed fishy. Boucher is 106. 56 EC, madam. 106. Okay, let's see what she says. You wish to see Madame. You have questions whose answers are beyond the veil of the temporal world. Madame is the one to penetrate that veil this way." The black man, whose head is wrapped in a turban, bows and indicates with his outstretched arms that we are to pass through the doorway covered with strings of glass beads. Heavy velvet drapes cover the windows. Oh, we got a long entry here. Numerous candles are placed strategically around the dimly lit room, which is dominated by a large round table. Covering the table is a black cloth painted with the constellations of the heavens. In front of one of the chairs surrounding the table is a large crystal ball resting on an ebony stand. Our study of the room is interrupted by the striking of a large gong from somewhere in Madame Roucher's house. After the third gong, the glass beads part and a small woman enters. She's dressed like a Russian gypsy. Her head is covered with a gold babushka, from which hangs, right above the center of her forehead, a large red gem. Around her neck hangs a number of silver chains that jingle as the woman moves. "Please be seated." The woman moves over to the chair in front of the crystal ball and sits down. What can I do for you?" "We're interested in Derek Vincent." "You wish to contact him?" "Yes, that would be helpful." "Do you know Vincent in this world?" "No." "It is very difficult to contact the dead if you did not know them in this world, but I could try." "Have you contacted Vincent Derrick before?" "I think you were sent here by Rose Derrick, yes?" "Yes." "I have aided her in contacting her father." "Has she sent you here?" "Well, she told us of you." "What is your interest?" "Well, we're investigating the police." She makes no effort to hide her disdain. "No, it's a private matter. Have you ever heard of a letter being sent by a dead person?" "A letter?" "Yes." Wiggins removes the letter from his coat pocket and hands it across to Madame Roucher. "Very interesting," is her only comment after reading the letter. She picks up the envelope and looks at it. "You work for Sherlock Holmes?" "Yes. What do you make of the letter?" "Very interesting. Is this his handwriting?" "Well, the handwriting looks very much like his. Can't you tell?" "No. I have never seen a sample of his writing. I have only talked to him." Very interesting. I feel, Mr. Wiggins, you do not take the possibility of the other world very seriously." "No, I've never seen a letter from a dead man before." Nor I, Mr. Wiggins. It is possible for the spirit of the departed to enter the body of another who is still in this world and influence it, so that it is possible for the dead to transmit a letter in that manner. But this is the first time I have seen evidence of such. I do find one thing strange." "Oh yeah, one thing? What's that?" "Why is the envelope tight?" "Why, indeed." Wiggins takes the envelope from Madame Roucher and places it back in his pocket. "So you know nothing about this letter?" "As I have said, no." "And when was the first time you met Miss Derrick?" "A month ago." "And how did she find you?" Well, like you, Mr. Wiggins, she came to me. My reputation is well known in London." "I'm sure. And what did her father tell her?" "I am a medium, Mr. Wiggins. When I contact the other world, I am in trance. That takes place at that time is unavailable to me. Perhaps you should ask Miss Derrick." Well, what did she tell you when she came for your services? Before she can answer, the turbaned black man enters the room carrying a silver tray on which lies a lone calling card. Madame Roucher takes the card and reads it. Tell Dr. Doyle I will be only a moment. The black man bows and backs out of the room. Okay, she came to me and asked help in making contact with her father. She said he had been murdered and she wanted to know who did it. Well, did she find out? You should ask her, Mr. Wiggins. Now, if you will excuse me, I have someone waiting. Thank you, Madame Roucher. You are welcome. Farrakhan will show you out. As we leave the room, we see a stout, neatly dressed man sitting in the hallway. He gets up and passes through the beaded curtain as we move toward the front door. Farrakhan is waiting for us, still holding the silver tray. He makes no effort to open the door as we approach. Instead, he holds out the silver tray. It is customary to donate an appropriate sum after talking to Madame. What is an appropriate sum? Quid should do it, mate. He drops his act. Wiggins makes an involuntary cough before laying a pound note on the tray. Farrakhan then opens the door and bows as we exit. As we move down the walk, a small man is staggering up the walk. As he gets near us, he raises his arms over his head and begins to make his body sway even more while he lets out a loud, "Oh, I'm talking to you from the other world." This strikes him as extremely funny, and he breaks into wild peals of laughter, which causes him to fall to the ground. Wiggins bends down to help him get up. Farrakhan arrives and helps the still laughing man to his feet. "I'll take him, sir. Come on, Tommy. Let's get you inside and to bed before Madame sees you." You know what she thinks of your drinking, so that's either her husband or his son. I like to think it's her son, who doesn't believe it. Okay, well, this was actually interesting. In case you didn't catch it, I think we've caught the widow's doctor visiting Madame. Dr. Doyle, I think, is going to be the name of Madame's doctor. Name of the widow, Vincent's doctor. I have to check that out. No, his name is Dr. Rollins. Okay, so I'm wrong about that. Unless it's Doyle Robbins. Okay, so let's just put down here. Dr. Doyle is arriving, in case that's our widow's doctor. And then she points out to us, she gives us a little tip, like a little detective. She tells us, hey, the letter's typewritten. That's suspicious. And then she also gives us another little hint, right? She's like, well, someone could speak from the grave by sort of talking through through someone that's living. This is again leading credence to the idea that it's the daughter writing the note. Either the daughter being actually psychologically feeling like she's possessed or deliberately writing this letter. But either way, this just leads credence completely to the idea that the daughter has written this letter to get us to investigate. Now, let me see if Dr. Doyle, J, and the channel seems to think that's a little reference to Arthur Conan Doyle, but not J. Doyle. Oh, tell Dr. Doyle I will be. So there's not J. I just read that wrong. So you think this is just a reference to Arthur Conan Doyle. It makes sense. Let me just see if there's a doctor with a last name Doyle. And either way, Okay, no, Dr. Doyle, that just leads credence to your theories. I think either way, though, perhaps this is a good opportunity to visit Maud's doctor boyfriend, who's probably not involved in anything. But let's see. Let's not forget, it's very possible that the wife killed him. Just because the coincidence is high that he's involved in the business dealings, the wife could have done it. But we think because, especially the circumstances of his death, means probably not the wife, although we still don't know how he was killed. And Anna says also the typed envelope, there were no handwriting samples for the address, so the writer would have had to type it. It makes sense. I'm going to stop by the doctor's office here, Dr. Rollins, 139, while I'm at it. Let's see what the doctor has to say. I'm a little nervous that I haven't been marking all these places on the map. Dr. Rollins is a handsome man in his mid-30s. He receives us. Remember, this is the doctor who lived next door to the widow when she passed out. I must tell you, I think showing that letter to Maud, Mrs. Derrick, was in bad taste. Dr. Rollins is standing before us, and we can detect an underlying anger in his voice. She has a very delicate condition, and this type of joke could have grave consequences. I demand you tell me what this is all about. Well, we work for Sherlock Holmes, and he received the letter. We're just trying to find out where it came from and who's responsible for it. Well, I can assure you that Maud knows nothing about it, and a better use of your time would be finding the person who sent it and stopping them before they do any more harm. Well, that's what we're trying to do. Good. Maud and I are planning to be married early next year, and I don't want anything to upset her or endanger her health. Planning to be married, huh? There's a motive. Do you have any idea who may have sent the letter? Have you talked to Rose Derrick? I wouldn't put it past her to do something like this. She's caused Maud nothing but heartache since the accident. For some reason, she blames Maud for Vincent's death. She wouldn't accept that it was an accident. Now, I'm a man of straight talk, so I'll tell you right out. I was in love with Maud from the first day I saw her, and I let her know it. You're a detective, so you could have found this out. Maud wouldn't have left Vincent for me. She loved him. But now that he's dead, there's no reason to hide the truth. As far as we know, his death was an accident, and that's what the coroner has ruled. So I don't expect to see you around here again. Is that understood? Mr. Rollins opens the door for us, and it is clear that the only answer he wants is our departure. Okay, well, as we suspected, the doctor and Maud are in an affair. Or getting married. But he seems pretty convincing. And it says we could look at Rollins's ad in the first day paper. It's a little odd. I didn't remember any ad by Dr. Rollins. Let's see, what have we got here? Where did he place an ad? Where is the ad, Anna? Winston Rollins announces his practice is located at 51 Phoenix Road across from Euston Station. Is that what you're thinking of? That's not our guy, is it? What was his first name? Maybe we didn't learn his first name. Maybe that is him. 51 Phoenix Road across from Euston Station. Okay, well, we can find that to make sure. Here's Euston Station. 51 WC. I guess that was him. Okay, well, you're right. That is him. So that's where he lives. That's why it's important to mark. Okay, so that's where he lives, and he does live across Euston Station. And what's his ad? His practice is located 51 Phoenix Road across from Euston Station. Any notice to the contrary is in error. I don't know what that's about. Maybe that seems pretty harmless, though. He's just saying, hey, if you find me in the directory and my address is listed wrong, here's the real address. But I wonder if we shouldn't be looking for a cab ride near there to Queen's Park Hotel. But he died months ago, so we don't have access to that cab log, so that's useless. All right, let me see if Maud can be visited again, or if that's just the same entry for Maud that we've already read. Okay, we can knock back on Maud's door. Let's just do it for the fun of it. We're not like leaving this widow alone. It says, if you haven't read 100, read that. That's when we first knock on her door and cause her to pass out. So here we are, we can go back. Let's see what happens if you go back to Maud. Our knock is answered by the maid, Helen. Good day, how is Miss... Oh, we say, good day, how is Mrs. Derrick feeling today? May we see her? My, you're a bold one, coming back after all the trouble you've caused and wanting to see the missus, says Helen without inviting us in. Dr. Rollins left strict orders that Mrs. Derrick is not to be disturbed. She's resting, and she's going to stay that way if I have anything to say about it. You should be ashamed, she says. Good day. You should be ashamed, coming back to bother poor Miss Derrick. Okay, that's kind of funny. There is a place next to Euston Station. 52 EC. Oh, that is actual Euston Station. I mean, we could try to see there if anyone's seen the doctor. We have no reason to think that the doctor seemed very convincing and honest to me. I don't know how to track him down, though. Like, if he did do it, that evidence is long gone. Just doing some bookkeeping here of places that addresses haven't changed, so we can more easily avoid them. Anyone have any places they'd like to go? I guess, looks like we might be able to visit Mycroft Holmes again. And it says, do we care about Lord Goodwin's driver? Yes, we do care about Lord Goodwin's driver. He absolutely could have been set up by the driver who was inside buying the ticket. And it says, I recall it was a Cummins and Goings wagon at his place. That was the moving company. So I don't think that's his driver. But we could go back to his house and maybe meet his driver. Or we could look at the moving company. Let's just look at and see if Cummins and Goings can be found in the... Cummins and Goings is 6 east. No? 6 southeast. Let's see if that's on our clue point list. If so, we could stop there. It is. Okay, good. That's actually a nice find, Anna, because you found another place that we didn't know about, which is a fun little mini game. Okay, I think they're the moving company, so I don't think they're the ones who was driving him to the station, but we could stop by here and see what they have to say. 6 southeast 12. Let's see what they say about Goodwin weaving. Yes, we did make a large pickup at the Goodwin residence on Thursday. Rather hastily arranged, I might add. Can you tell us where the goods were being sent? Yes, the entire shipment is being sent to the Goodwin family estate in Ireland. This is interesting. Okay, this is probably nothing, but let me point something out. My memory is that when we hear about Goodwin's wagon blowing up, we're told he was getting on a boat to Paris. Now, I remember we were thinking, boy, that's strange, because his most likely killer, we wrote this down in our notes, his most likely killer was Moriarty, since he's from the Belfour gang people. So the question was, why on earth would he be going to Paris? Is this a clue that his driver was lying about taking him to Paris? And did he buy a ticket to Paris as like the code? Like, I'll buy a ticket when I come in, buy a ticket to Paris. That's the code to go blow up his wagon. We need to reread this death of Goodwin. That's very odd, but it seems too subtle. Like, I would be so impressed by the designers of this game if that was what was planted, rather than it being a mistake. Okay, we can go to Victoria Station, which is 180 again. I don't know if this is a new clue or an old clue, but either way. It says, 180 says there's no clue for Victoria Station on this day. All right, so let's reread the one we had from previous day. I think that's where we were about him being blown up. So, Victoria Station, Southwest 37. So, another clue on a previous day was 6. Large crowd is gathered around Victoria Station with a number of constables trying to maintain order. The growler is still smoldering. Yeah, look at this. Okay, it's still smoldering. Could have been worse. There weren't many people around. His wardship was the only one to go up in a puff of smoke. Any idea who did it? No, no one saw it. Lord Goodwin's driver was in the station checking on his ticket. Where was he going? The boat train to Paris. Boy, that's suspicious. So he shipped to his home in Dublin. But then at Victoria Station, where was he going? Where was he going? Boat train to Paris. It doesn't tell us that the driver said boat train travel. That's sort of the implication that the driver said. How would we find this out? We're at Victoria Station. How do we find who his driver was? Can we visit him at his home again? Let's see. Where is Goodwin's home? Boy, that's curious. That's pretty curious, right? How would we find his driver? I guess at his home. Maybe, unlikely, that we're going to be able to get hold of his driver. I mean, maybe that's all we're going to know, that we have to make our best guess that his driver's involved. Was he leasing a car? It may have been that Scotland Yard knows a little bit more about that explosion. Where is Goodwin's address? Let me just look it up in case I can't find it. Goodwin, 73 Northwest. Ward Goodwin, clue 58. Let's see. It would be great if we can see the driver here. That would be so fantastic. Apparently not. The caretaker is the only person at Ward Goodwin's London house. It's a shame he was not much more than a boy, too young to die that way. Do you know where his lordship was going? No, he wouldn't say. Very strange doings. So, maybe we should read from this that he was trying to disguise where he was going. So he sent his packages to Dublin, but he was actually going to Paris. Either this confirms our suspicions that something weird's going on, or this just tells us that he was trying to disguise where he was going, and maybe we shouldn't read too much into it. Unfortunately, I don't know how to follow up and find his driver. We could see, what did we read about his, did we visit him before? We visited him once before. Let's see if we can get a clue to his driver at that point. You just missed him. Where's he going? He can't answer. He left for the continent, will be away indefinitely. Closing up the house. And then we actually went to them the day before. So we got lucky enough that we visited him so often. So here's a long entry on Ward Goodwin when we actually met him and he was scared. Let's see if we can't get lucky and see. Here's the comings and goings. The butler. Then he talks to us. He's very nervous about the bombing. It was no prank. It was a warning. I've said too much. How do I know who you are? Get out of here. Are you leaving London? He says it's no concern. All right, so I guess that seems to me like we don't know where he's going. I guess that was a false. He was just trying to throw people off his trail. Boy, it was tempting though to feel like his driver was involved. It doesn't mean his driver wasn't involved in the bombing. But we don't know who the driver is. And okay, so the driver was an informant, told Moriarty. Moriarty bombed him. The only thing we could catch. The only thing we could catch is we could see if we could find a cab to Lord Goodwin's. Before the bombing. Right? Like someone must have planted the bomb in his house. So we might be able to find that person coming from Moriarty's house, but we know that Moriarty blew him up. We know that. We can just assume that. So I don't know that it matters if we find evidence of it. All right, I think it's time for our break. We'll come back. We've been on the air 6 hours. It probably is time to wrap up this session. Shall we just wrap it up here? I think it's time for us to end this session. I feel like I could keep going, but 6 hours is long enough. We're not going to play for another 2 hours. So I think we'll wrap it up here. Any other further comments from the chat? We've still got a bunch more to do. But we've chased down most of our most promising leads. Now we're sort of just doing cleanup. Tomorrow we should be able to clean up the remaining leads. And without the cipher to solve, we might be ready to solve it tomorrow. I'm not sure if we're going to want to solve it tomorrow or not. But tomorrow should be our last main day of clues. And then we'll either decide to solve it tomorrow, or we will finish the clues and then take a day to think before we read the solution. Jonathan says, Anna seems on top of the whole case. Will there be another bomb? I think you guys might have been reading too much into thinking there was going to be another bomb. But there could be a bomb on that last day. Remember how the game works. There's one more page that we turn over, and that just presents us with a paragraph and then tells us to solve the case. That paragraph at the beginning of the next day could say a bomb just went off. Anna says Murray indicated there would be another bombing. Did he? I might have to reread that. I thought they just indicated that a lot of explosive was stolen by Moriarty's group in France. I didn't read that to mean that they were going to do another bombing. But you could see how there might be one at Parliament or somewhere else. I don't know. Okay. John says, good work, Antina, Jesse, with the cipher. Megan, let us know if you solved the cipher as well. Sue says, great stream. Well, it's great to see you, Sue, and Shay, and Anna, and Jonathan, and Antina, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow in just a few hours. All right. So I'll see you tomorrow.